Chapter 552. Jiang Changkong, Peak Immortal, True God, Fourth Revolution Mystic Art, Desheng, 1/900,000 Postnatal Chaotic Tao Body, Desheng, 1/900,000 Golden Crow Immortal Scripture, Complete, 1/337500 Essence, Energy and Spirit, 2354362 inch. It's no problem to reach the peak. I'll also improve the Golden Crow Immortal Scripture to the limit. Jiang Changkong looked at his data and was glad that he had come to the demon race and tricked a bunch of demons. Now that the demons could feel the power of heaven, the demon court's heaven had also been revived. Of course, in essence, it didn't matter which heaven it was. They were all part of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao should have been split into several parts, and each of them took a part. The demon, the arch, wanted me to raise the name of the demon court. The heavens really don't recognize me, even if the immortal position in my body was formed by the heavenly court. The heavenly Tao didn't care which side he stood on as long as it was beneficial to the heavenly Tao's revival. Heavenly court, immortal court, celestial court, demon court. The heavenly Tao was nurturing goo. Whoever had the last laugh would be the true master of the heavenly court and unify the celestial world. The celestial arch of the heavenly court would try his best to block the news and not let it spread. The celestial arch could only choose to compromise when the demons knew, even if they were here to snatch food. But the celestial arch had no choice. He wasn't ready and hadn't seen the Tao of the sage. I just don't know what Di Jun is planning and how many tricks he has left. I might really work for him when the time comes. Jiang Changkong murmured and continued to improve. The law of chaos and chaotic divine power surged again. Dense, chaotic divine power rushed out of his body and filled the Demon King Palace. The Golden Crow Immortal Scripture was also improving rapidly, reaching the limit of an immortal. A chaotic golden crow appeared above Jiang Changkong's head and looked around. Screech! A cry penetrated the Demon King Palace and spread out. Wherever the cry passed, the demons and the humans of Aohai all felt their hearts tremble. The Demon Emperor's strength had increased again. The cry lasted for a day before it weakened. The Demon Emperor had no fear, only surprise. To them, the increase in the demon monarch's strength would only bring them benefits. A demon emperor that needed the support of the demon clan had no deterrence. Only a powerful demon emperor could provide them with security. The other side, within the heavenly god of justice palace, the closed doors of the palace were finally opened. Jiang Changkong's doppelganger sat on the divine throne, and heavenly monarch Ziwei sat below him. Heavenly monarch Ziwei was enraged. This heavenly god of justice was becoming more and more arrogant. Upon seeing him, she did not show the slightest bit of respect, nor did she stand up to welcome him. They didn't take him seriously at all. "Why are you in such a hurry to find me, heavenly king?" Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. Heavenly monarch Ziwei's face convulsed upon hearing this. He felt like he was the subordinate, while the heavenly god of justice was his superior. Is the heavenly book of justice punishable by death for anyone who holds it? Heavenly monarch Ziwei asked coldly as he repressed his rage. "I'm not sure," Jiang Changkong said lightly. "You, heavenly monarch, if you want the heavenly book, then I'll give it to you. I've only just become the heavenly god of justice, so how am I supposed to know if there will be any repercussions?" Jiang Changkong said coldly, "How about you try taking the position of an immortal, heavenly monarch? You don't need to threaten me with the position of an immortal. Even if there's a problem with the heavenly book, it will only be with Lu Ji. All of the other immortals have received the power of the heavens." Heavenly monarch Ziwei raised the heavenly book. "There will be no problem with borrowing the heavenly book of justice. What are you trying to say, heavenly monarch?" Jiang Changkong asked in an indifferent voice. "You want me to let you go? Let you continue to enforce the law, right?" Heavenly monarch Ziwei chuckled coldly. "If I want to go, do you think your words will matter?" Jiang Changkong didn't give him any face. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said in a cold voice, "It will be a piece of cake for me to trap you." Jiang Changkong sneered and didn't say anything else. It would take quite a bit of effort to trap him. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said again, "This time, I want you to go with me, but you will not be the one to enforce the law." Heavenly Monarch, do you think I will agree? Jiang Changkong asked in an indifferent voice. "If you don't agree, the Eastern Sea will force you to agree," Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said coldly. "It's a pity for Zilan, such a naive and stupid woman, to have a despicable father like you," Jiang Changkong said mockingly. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression turned cold. "If you dare to insult Zilan again, I will not forgive you. Let's talk about it." Jiang Changkong changed the topic. "Tianhe Nation. Someone will take you there in 2 days. Don't ask too many questions. You'll be free once you're done." Heavenly King Ziwei tossed the heavenly scroll to him and left. Jiang Changkong held the heavenly book and sneered. Free? The divine palace of justice closed again, and Jiang Changkong's figure disappeared. Inside the Monster King palace, Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. The golden crow disappeared and the chaotic divine power returned to his body. Jiang Changkong, peak of immortal, true God. 4th Revolution mystic art. Perfect, 1/2. 7 million acquired, chaotic, Tao body. Perfect, 1/2. 7 million golden crow immortal scripture. Perfect. 337500/337500 essence. Energy spirit. 555362 inch. What secret does the Heavenly River Kingdom have that caught Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's attention? Could it be that there's a devil over there? Jiang Changkong muttered and opened the gate of the Monster King court. Monster King. Zhu 19, who was guarding the door, came in immediately and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Monster King. Your strength has improved greatly." "Yes. How much do you know about the Heavenly River Kingdom?" Jiang Changkong asked. The Heavenly River Kingdom. Legend has it that a heavenly river fell in the ancient times, but no one has ever seen it. Apart from this legend, there is nothing special. We only know that there is an immortal king in the kingdom, Zhu 19 replied. Then he asked, "Monster King plans to attack the Heavenly River Kingdom? I'm afraid we are not strong enough." The Heavenly River Kingdom had an immortal king. Their strongest, old ape Sun Yuan, was only a peak immortal lord, unless the monster race sent more experts. But if that happened, the Heavenly Court would definitely not agree. I plan to go over and take a look. Forget about attacking. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, "The monster race needs to hide their strength and bide their time. Making a big move will only make their foundation unstable." Monster King is right. Now that the various forces are in chaos, it is difficult for us to occupy too much with our strength. Zhu 19 heaved a sigh of relief. With their strength, they could only stand firm because the monster race behind them was powerful. "I will personally go to the Heavenly River Kingdom. You don't have to follow me," Jiang Changkong said. Zhu 19's expression changed slightly. "Monster King, you can't. The Heavenly Court is despicable and shameless. Don't worry, if the Heavenly Court wanted to do that, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei would have already taken me away." Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, "With my identity as the Monster King, the Heavenly River Kingdom would not dare to attack me. Don't worry." "Monster King, what about those immortal lords?" Zhu 19 was still worried. "No need to inform them. My cultivation level has improved, and I am not afraid of mid-stage immortal lords anymore," Jiang Changkong said confidently. Zhu 19 still wanted to say something, but Jiang Changkong waved his hand and dismissed her, leaving behind a divine power clone. Jiang Changkong secretly left for the Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom. He was a little curious about how Heavenly Monarch Ziwei planned to give him freedom. With the identity of the Monster King, he could only tear a hole in the Heavenly Court's territory and stir up this mess. As for asking the East Sea to side with the monster race, it was just a casual remark. It was impossible. When he was strong enough, he could make the East Sea independent and contact the other 3 seas and underworld. He did not know what their situation was now. Chapter 553. The Sky River Celestial Kingdom was a kingdom ruled by an immortal king. Immortals and true gods were everywhere here. Of course, there were very few true gods. Jiang Changkong only saw 5 true gods along the way. The capital of the Celestial Kingdom, Sky River City. Jiang Changkong arrived and entered an inn while concealing himself. Jiang Changkong sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to sense his secondary body. 2 days had passed. The Heavenly God of Justice Palace opened again. Heavenly God of Justice, let's go. A cold voice was heard. A white-robed immortal stood in front of the door. Beside him were the 2 fairies Zilan and Yushue. Jiang Changkong held the heavenly book and stepped out of the palace. Let's go. He quietly sized up the person beside him. Immortal Lord. However, he was only a secondary body with the chaotic divine power he had left behind. He could not stop an immortal lord. He was also unable to determine how powerful that white-gowned immortal was. The white-robed immortal ignored him and led him into the southern heavenly gate. However, they did not descend to the East Sea this time. They went straight to the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. Fairy Zilan and Yu Shui stood beside him and said softly, "This is the Divine Eye Star Lord. His eyes can see through immortals, demons, and evil demons." "You are betraying the heavenly court," Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. The 2 fairies. "Is there something wrong with your brain? We warned you out of goodwill, but you don't appreciate it at all?" They really did not know what Jiang Changkong was thinking. Jiang Changkong did not want to appreciate it. He did not want to be soft-hearted when he fought the heavenly court. "Fairies, don't worry about an immortal," the Divine Eye Star Lord said coldly. If it were not for the 2 fairies' special identities, the Divine Eye Star Lord would not have brought them here. "Got it. Where are we going?" Fairy Yu Shui said calmly, "Pure River City." The Divine Eye Star Lord led them into the sky. Jiang Changkong did not say anything. His main body would come after receiving the news. The Pure River City was just an ordinary city in the Heavenly River Kingdom. He really couldn't understand why the Heavenly Court would notice this place. He had never heard of any powerful demons or devils in the Pure River City. But there was an immortal. The group of 4 soon arrived at the Pure River City. A golden barrier guarded the city, and the city gates were tightly shut. The Divine Eye Star Lord led them through the barrier. The city gate opened, and the smell of blood rushed out. The expressions of the 4 people changed drastically. Corpses covered the ground, and the streets of the city were filled with corpses. All sorts of blood flowed, and different colors of light bloomed. The 4 of them quickly checked the corpses. Most of them had died from the sharp claws tearing through their vital organs. Some had their heads chopped off, while others had their blood sucked dry. Demon Clan, this must be the work of the vile Demon Clan. Divine Eye Star Lord said angrily, "Monster race? Lord Tai by jinxings, words are too decisive." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "If some demons suck blood, then why is all the blood here?" "These injuries are not the work of the Demon Clan. Who else could it be?" The Divine Eye Star Lord said coldly, "Let's look around and see if there are any traces left by the Demon Clan." The Divine Eye Star Lord snorted coldly and rose into the air. His eyes shone brightly, releasing divine light. Jiang Changkong and the other 2 were about to get up when they saw some hair and remnant demon chi appear, where the divine light from the Divine Eye Star Lord's eyes shone. "Now, the Heavenly God of Justice has nothing to say, right?" The Divine Eye Star Lord put away the hair and wrapped it in a wisp of immortal light. His eyes followed the trail. "Let's go." He brought Jiang Changkong and the other 2 into the Pure River City Lord's mansion. The heavenly god city lord was killed with one strike. Golden blood flowed on the floor. The demon Chi finally disappeared here. That demon must still be nearby. The Divine Eye Star Lord said with a serious expression, "Let's look around." "Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, why are we here?" Jiang Changkong asked. "The pure river city Lord bullied the people and committed countless crimes. I didn't expect that he would be killed by a demon first." The Divine Eye Star Lord said with an ugly expression, "It must be the heavenly demon of justice of the demon clan. He came to enforce the law and snatch the power of heaven. The heavenly demon of justice is enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens. He would not attack those innocent people," Jiang Changkong said with a frown. The Divine Eye Star Lord said coldly, "They are demons, extremely evil demons. The heavenly demon of justice would not kill them, but that does not mean that the other demons would not." Jiang Changkong thought to himself, could it be that the Divine Eye Star Lord knew that his true body was here, so he made some arrangements to provide evidence? Or was it really done by the demon clan? Although he controlled Mount Huagua, there were many demon clans in the world. Many did not even know that he was a demon emperor. "Star Lord, heavenly god of justice, look." "What is this?" Fairy Yushua said. The two looked over and saw the mark of a golden crow on the wall. "Golden crow?" The Divine Eye Star Lord's expression changed. He came to the mark and moved his immortal power to cut it off. Buzz! The golden crow mark suddenly vibrated and swallowed the Divine Eye Star Lord's immortal power. Boom! As the immortal power swallowed, the golden crow mark released beams of golden light that spread out and affected the entire city. Wherever the golden light passed, the blood shone brightly and quickly sank into the ground. Rumble! The entire pure river city lit up with startling immortal light. A suction force appeared and drowned everyone, including the Divine Eye Star Lord. The world spun, and even Jiang Changkong's secondary body shook. Walala! The sound of flowing water could be heard. The pure river water contained abundant immortal chi, and it drowned the four. The wisp of demon chi that had appeared earlier also became stronger. "Are you all right?" the Divine Eye Star Lord asked as he lifted the three with his immortal power. "We're fine." "What is this place?" The two fairies looked up and looked around. They were in a river. The river water was clear and transparent, and it contained rich immortal chi. Jiang Changkong looked at the Divine Eye Star Lord. The Divine Eye Star Lord shook his head. "I don't know. I sense the presence of demon chi. Let's go." The three nodded and followed the Divine Eye Star Lord. The Divine Eye Star Lord led them through the river quickly. Jiang Changkong discovered that there were no fish, prawns, or crabs in the river. There were no signs of life. The river water was sweet, and the immortal chi was abundant. This was an excellent treasure land, but there were no living creatures. After a while, the four came to the center of the river. The Divine Eye Star Lord stopped and made a shushing gesture. In front of them was a young man in a golden crow robe. There was a crack on his forehead that looked like a heavenly eye. There was an ape and a red-robed woman beside him, Jiang Changkong. A replica of a demon emperor, the divine ape of Mount Huagua and Zhu 19? The ape's aura was unfathomable. It seemed like he was also an immortal lord, but he was far inferior to Sun Yuan. The young man in the golden crow robe had a very strong sun aura. He pointed with a finger, and divine fire evaporated the river water. Special patterns appeared in the river. Immortal array. The immortal spirit array activated, and the young man retreated. The ape held a golden staff, split the river water, and smashed it down. Rumble. There was a shocking sound. The immortal array exploded, and a golden barrier appeared faintly. There was a temple inside. "Let's work harder. The real heavenly river is about to appear," the young man in the golden crow robe said excitedly. He spat out sun divine fire and burned the immortal spirit array. The red-robed woman followed closely. Spider silk bombarded the array. Chapter 554. The spider web stirred and cracked the array lines. The golden staff smashed down, and the divine ape showed its brutality. Its majestic divine might shook the river. Wherever the divine might passed, the divine Ice Star Lord led them and retreated quickly. It really is the demon emperor, the divine ape of Huagua Mountain, and that spider demon. The divine Ice Star Lord said gloomily, "They destroyed Pure River City for the heavenly river." Fairy Xylan's pretty face turned cold. Fairy Yushua was puzzled. The heavenly demon of justice has killed many people. Why would the heavens choose him? The divine Ice Star Lord looked at Jiang Chongkong. "Heavenly God of justice, show me your heavenly book." Jiang Chongkong frowned and didn't move. "Heavenly God of justice?" The divine Ice Star Lord frowned and patted him. "Show me the heavenly book." "I don't believe it either." "Let's see what the heavens say." The heavenly book slowly opened, and the information appeared. Dong Huang Changyue, peak immortal, sinful, death penalty. Sun Yuan, early stage immortal lord, sinful, death penalty. Zhu 19, peak immortal, sinful, death penalty. There were also rewards. Peak immortal, 10,000 each, and early stage immortal lord, 50,000. This situation was not right. Sun Yuan was clearly a peak immortal lord. These were all fake. The information from the heavenly book was either concealed by the heavens, or the three people's names were real. Moreover, the heavenly book didn't say it was the heavenly demon of justice and the divine ape of Huagua Mountain. It's really them. These demons are really despicable, Fairy Xylan said angrily. The divine Ice Star Lord said coldly, "Dong Huang Changyue is not qualified to be the heavenly demon of justice. I'll have to trouble the heavenly God of justice to suppress those two immortals and let the two fairies enforce the law." "Heavenly God of justice should do it himself," Fairy Yushua said lightly. "This is Heavenly King Ziwei's will. After this, Heavenly God of justice will be free," the divine Ice Star Lord said lightly. "Free? Really? Heavenly God of justice will be able to enforce the law impartially like before?" the two fairies hurriedly asked. Jiang Chongkong said lightly, "Heavenly King Ziwei won't be so kind, right?" He didn't believe that Heavenly Monarch Ziwei would release him and allow him to continue enforcing the law like before. Jiang Chongkong had made it clear that he wasn't going to give Heavenly Monarch Ziwei any face. "Of course, in the future, Heavenly God of Justice, you can properly enforce the law in the lower realms. There's no need to return to the Heavenly Court. In the future, the Heavenly Court won't restrict you, unless you want to ascend to the heavens yourself." The divine Ice Star Lord said coldly. When Jiang Chongkong heard this, he understood that these two fairies weren't really stupid. He was exiled by the Heavenly Court. On the surface, it was said that he was enforcing the law in the lower realm, but in reality, it had nothing to do with the Heavenly Court. Of course, if he wanted to go back, he could do so as long as he was obedient and became an obedient dog. If he were to enforce the law in the lower realm, the Heavenly Court would not care about him anymore. Even if he died, they would not care. Perhaps it would be better for him to die. That way, he wouldn't be killed by the Celestial Darch, and there wouldn't be any burden. This is good for both of us. The Heavenly God of Justice won't disturb the peace of the Heavenly Court. The divine Ice Star Lord said calmly, "What do you think, Heavenly God of Justice?" "Very good." Jiang Chongkong smiled. Seeing his smile, the divine Ice Star Lord's face turned cold. "Cooperate well later. Don't make any mistakes. This is unfair to the Heavenly God of Justice." The two fairies frowned. The divine Ice Star Lord said calmly, "This is the Heavenly Monarch's will." Boom! The river shook, and a pillar of water shot up 1,000 feet high. The clear river water shone with celestial light. The immortal God array was finally broken. Rumble! A violent force rushed over, and a heavy pressure struck, causing the bodies of the four present to sink at the same time. The golden barrier pushed the river water apart, and a temple appeared. The three impostors immediately rushed toward the golden barrier. The golden barrier only blocked the river water, not the entry of living beings. "Let's go and see what these three demons are up to," the divine Eye Star Lord said coldly. The four followed closely. Behind them, Jiang Changkong's main body finally arrived, and he followed silently. "Who's there?" The ape suddenly stopped. A terrifying demonic aura bloomed around him, and he smashed his cudgel toward the four. Boom! The divine Eye Star Lord blocked the metal cudgel with his sword, and a dazzling sword light slashed out. The divine Eye Star Lord of the Heavenly Court! The ape's face turned serious, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The metal cudgel glowed with golden light, and he smashed it toward the divine Eye Star Lord. Clang! The long sword and the metal cudgel clashed. The two bodies shook at the same time, and they were forced back. "And Heavenly King, Ziwei's child. Take them down and make Heavenly King Ziwei regret it." The ape shouted coldly and pointed at the two fairies. Jiang Changkong was completely ignored. "Okay." The young man and the red-robed woman attacked the two. "How dare you?" Jiang Changkong shouted coldly. The heavenly book trembled, and chaotic divine power surged, enveloping the two. The punch seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, and the river water dissipated automatically. "Heavenly Book of Justice? You are the Heavenly Court's Heavenly God of Justice?" The two's expressions changed at the same time, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. "You are not that demon emperor." Jiang Changkong's punch landed, and the two deities were sent flying at the same time. They crashed into the temple, and blood splattered. "Golden Crow Demon Emperor, Donghuang Chanyue. Isn't he very arrogant?" The two fairies were confused. "And that demon emperor is very strong." The golden-robed young man was simply a weakling. He was about the same as Lu Ji without the power of heaven. Compared to that demon emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. "I'm just giving you a handicap." The golden-robed young man snorted and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The crack between his eyebrows slowly opened. "See my heavenly eye." Buzz! The heavenly eye opened, and a fiery divine light shot out, shining on Jiang Changkong. Pure destructive power. Jiang Changkong pointed with a finger, and the divine light shattered. With a flip of his palm, the river water stirred, and the two figures were suppressed like ants in his palm. Boom! Demon Emperor! The ape shouted angrily, forcing the divine Eye Star Lord back, and smashed his cudgel at Jiang Changkong. The divine Eye Star Lord's eyes shone with divine light. The divine ape had to withdraw his cudgel and fight with him again. Jiang Changkong suppressed the two, his expression cold. "You are not demon emperors." "I am not demon emperor. Are you?" The young man looked at him coldly. Even though he was suppressed, he still had an arrogant air. The divine Eye Star Lord said coldly, "Jiang Changkong, stop talking nonsense. Quickly kill him. If not for the fact that we are just incarnations, how could we be defeated by you?" The red-robed woman said disdainfully, "So you are just incarnations." The two fairies suddenly understood. Just incarnations. That made it easy to explain. "Jiang Changkong, you are ruining my reputation. My incarnations are really more powerful than you. Do it." Jiang Changkong did not ask any more and handed the two over to the two fairies. It was a pity that the 20,000 essence, chi and spirit were wasted. The two fairies did not hesitate anymore and picked up the heads. The two fairies kept the heads and felt the increase of the power of heaven. Their cultivation levels were also rising rapidly, and they actually reached the peak of the late-stage sky immortal. "Is that the Temple of Cleansing altar?" Jiang Changkong looked at the temple. The Temple of Cleansing altar. The two fairies were shocked. The envoy of the cleansing altar, Zhu Beiji? He also has another identity. He is the marshal of the heavenly canopy, and he leads the 360,000 soldiers of the Heavenly River. Jiang Changkong could not hide the shock in his eyes. This was actually Zhu Beiji's place. Chapter 555. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Changkong could understand. Back then, the Milky Way Immortal Kingdom was named after the Milky Way Immortal Kingdom when it fell into the Milky Way Kingdom. Now that the temple had appeared and the three of them had come to find the real Sky River, they were clearly here for the Canopy Marshal. Boom! Divine might surged out, and the river water trembled. The ape's body tumbled. It was no match for the divine Ice Star Venerable, so it turned around and fled. The divine Ice Star Lord's expression was grave. He did not give chase. This demon is very strong. I can't take him down in a short time. Let's see what's here first. That's fine too. This temple should be the dojo of the Canopy Marshal. The two fairies nodded. They could tell that the divine Ice Star Lord and the ape were about the same level of strength. Even though he was slightly stronger, he would only be able to defeat him. Killing him would be extremely difficult. Just as the four of them were about to enter the Jingtin Temple, the godly ape let out a miserable shriek and flew back at an even faster speed. The divine Ice Star Lord's expression hardened. He turned around and looked ahead with a grave expression. A terrifying godly might spread out as a figure stepped forward. The river water parted to make way for him. The golden crow robe, the crack between his eyebrows, his hands behind his back, the heavenly book of justice floating beside him. As he took a step forward, his divine might was like a prison, suppressing the 4 humans and 1 ape. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. The 2 fairies quickly took out their treasures and activated the power of their immortal artifacts to protect themselves. Jiang Changkong's body was slightly bent as if he was under great pressure. The 2 star venerates showed grave expressions. Their immortal energy circulated continuously, and their fiendish qi surged. However, they found it hard to block the vast pressure. Since when did I have a clone? And when did Mount Huagua have a divine ape like you? Every step of the approaching figure was like stepping on their hearts. Under the terrifying pressure, the 2 fairies seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. Demon Emperor. This was the true Demon Emperor. It was so powerful that even a heavenly high immortal would find it hard to withstand it. Demon Emperor. The divine Ice Star Lord's expression was grave. How could this Demon Emperor really appear? Why did he come here? Could it be that the news had been leaked? No, not many people knew about this. The 2 fairies definitely wouldn't tell anyone. He had also brought Jiang Changkong here. Even if the news had been leaked, the Demon Emperor wouldn't have been able to rush over from the proud sea nation so quickly, unless the Demon King was waiting for them in the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. But is this possible? Since when did Celestial Lord Sun Yuan fall from the peak to the early stage? The Demon King Jiang Changkong stopped in his tracks and stared at the godly ape. There was also a burn mark on the divine ape's body. Apparently, it had been injured by the divine fire of the sun. Demon Sovereign, why is your main body here? The monkey hurriedly put on a smile. You are a doppelganger? Jiang Changkong sneered. That's right, Demon Sovereign. We agreed that we would send our clones over. Are you worried? The Demon Sovereign is wise. The Celestial Court is indeed not a good thing. The monkey hurriedly said, Then disperse this clone. I alone am enough. Jiang Changkong laughed coldly. Kill yourself. Monkey, if it was a clone, I would have already dispersed and wouldn't have run. Demon Sovereign, with Old Ape's help, you will definitely be able to take down the Heavenly Court Star Lord. The monkey hurriedly said, Do I need a fake like you? Jiang Changkong snorted coldly and slapped the ape with his palm. Killing in vain. The divine ape of the mountain of flowers and fruits would never do such a thing. The ape's expression changed. He was unable to dodge and could only take it head-on. At the same time, he shouted, Divine Ice Star Lord, the demonic sovereign has gone mad. I will help you take down the demonic sovereign. All right. The divine Star Lord did not hesitate. His eyes shone with divine light, and his divine sword slashed with divine light. The immortal monarch's every action was like the Lord of Laws. The divine radiance was like a divine sword that could split the heavens and earth. The sword intent that could destroy everything was enough to split the mountains and rivers of the immortal world and destroy the endless mortal universe. The metal cudgel of the ape smashed down and demonic chi surged. It was as if many small worlds were formed and destroyed, repeating the cycle. As he moved his palms, his primal chaos divine power and sun divine power were unleashed to the extreme. The chaos star appeared behind him, looking like a chaotic universe. Boom! As his palms landed, the metal cudgel shook. Rings of divine power spread into the surroundings like heavenly dragons. The heavenly river surged, and the immortal chi scattered. The entire river was shaking. His secondary body brought the two fairies into the temple and hid. Immortal blood and demonic blood splattered on the heavenly river, turning the clear water dirty. The ape fell, his metal cudgel flying. His sword fell and his bones broke. The divine eye light shone, and the golden crow robe fluttered. Gray light and golden light shone brilliantly, shattering the divine eye light. Jiang Chong Kong took a step forward, and his palms were like a curtain of the sky. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Endless gray light and golden light intertwined in his palms. The primal chaos law and the sun law formed the primal chaos law of the golden crow. The golden crow that stepped out of the primal chaos was a primal chaos demon god from ancient times. Although it was weak now, it was not something these immortal lords could compare to. Rumble. The heavenly curtain palm landed. The divine eye light, the ape fist, and the overwhelming immortal chi and demonic chi reached their limits at this critical moment. Boom! The heavenly river shook, and divine might surged through the entire heavenly river. When the palm force landed, a vacuum appeared in the surroundings. Immortal blood and demonic blood dyed the river bottom, and two huge palm prints appeared. The divine eye star venerate and the ape were both lying in the palm prints, their flesh mangled. Their tenacious life auras were still struggling for their last bit of life. Jiang Chong Kong waved his hand, and the divine sword and metal cudgel tore through the air, piercing through their bodies and nailing them to the river bottom. Chaotic divine power poured into their bodies, and he started searching their souls. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The souls of the two immortal lords dissipated, and their vitality vanished. Jiang Chong Kong's expression changed slightly. These two immortal lords had restrictions in their bodies, and they died right after he searched their souls. Shao Qin looked at the pure altar temple. The earlier battle did not cause any damage to the temple. His secondary body and the two fairies hid in the temple, looking at him in fear. They wanted to hide, but the temple was empty except for a golden statue. Jiang Chong Kong stepped into the temple and looked at the golden statue. He had a fat head, big ears, a pig nose, a big belly, and golden armor. He held a 9-toothed rake in his hand. The two fairies hid in the corner, behind his secondary body. "Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Chong Kong said indifferently. "We are not afraid of you. If you dare to kill us, my father will definitely not let you off," Fairy Violet Orchid threatened fiercely. However, this threat was very weak and guilty. The demon sovereign in front of him did not give Heavenly King Ziwei any face at all. The secondary body stood up and said indifferently, "Judicial heavenly demons are not allowed to kill the innocent. We are all meritorious people. You cannot kill us." Jiang Chong Kong looked at the statue. Zhu Beiji is a member of the demon race. Zhu Beiji was the heavenly court's Marshal Tianpeng. "He is a member of the heavenly court," Yu Shui said. Jiang Chong Kong chuckled and looked around. There was nothing except the statue. He reached out and pressed his hand on the statue, but there was no reaction. Jiang Chong Kong frowned. Zhu Beiji would not leave an empty temple. If there was nothing, the heavenly court would not have gone through so much trouble to come here. What do you think? Jiang Changkong looked at the two fairies. Aren't you a demon sovereign? You said that Zhu Beiji belongs to the demon race, and you, as a demon sovereign, can't do anything? Fairy Violet Orchid said proudly. Chapter 556. Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently. Or do you have no other way? Fairy Xylin snorted and turned her head to the side. Fairy Yushua also shut her mouth. I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to deal with you. If you have a way, say it. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I promise I won't attack you. The two fairies still did not speak, and the deputy also did not speak. If you don't cooperate, I can only invite you to the monster race as guests. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. How can we believe what you say? Fairy Yushua said. I mean what I say. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. I want you to swear in the name of the Monster Emperor. Fairy Yushua said solemnly. Jiang Changkong raised his right hand. Okay, I swear in the name of the Monster Emperor that if you can help me solve this, I will not make things difficult for you. The two fairies heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, the Monster Emperor was the supreme existence of the monster race. Even if the Monster Emperor had been dead for many years, he was still worthy of the monster race's respect, especially as the Golden Crow Monster Emperor. Once he swore in the name of the Monster Emperor, he would not go back on his word. Then what do you have? After making the oath, Jiang Changkong asked. The cleansed altar emissary is famous for his love of food. Perhaps we can try offering. Fairy Yushua waved her hand, and a table of delicacies appeared for the golden statue. The golden statue did not respond. Jiang Changkong frowned. Looks like it failed. I know, it should be a sincere offering. After all, this Zhu Beiji likes people calling him Canopy Marshal. Fairy Xylin said. Fairy Yushua stepped forward and bowed. Yushua greets, Canopy Marshal. Fairy Xylin was disappointed. Still no reaction. Could it be that we guessed wrong and destroyed this place? Jiang Changkong frowned. Your battle just now did not damage this place at all. Fairy Yushua said, it should be that our method was wrong and did not trigger the restriction left by Zhu Beiji. Think about what other characteristics Zhu Beiji has. We must have overlooked something. Fairy Xylin thought. Characteristics of Zhu Beiji? Other than Marshal Tianpeng, who was lazy and wanted to return to the heavens, there was only lecherous. Jiang Changkong looked at the two fairies. What are you doing? Fairy Violet Orchid took a step back. I can't do such a shameless thing. Fairy Yushua was also on guard. You said that you wouldn't make things difficult for us. You think too much. Jiang Changkong raised his hand, and his chaotic divine energy vibrated, turning into a bone-chilling cold air. Lunar vast cold? The two fairies were shocked at the same time. They didn't expect this demon emperor to have such a move. Buzz! With the appearance of the supreme Een divine power, the golden statue shook violently and emitted a ray of golden light. However, it soon stabilized. It's effective. However, it's not enough with just your frigid power. Goddess Yushua's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, a jade toad appeared. Boundless Guanghan Qi descended, and a bone-chilling cold air filled the air. Rumble! The golden statue shook violently. Rings of golden light spread out, and the temple shook along with it. Walala! The sound of flowing water could be heard. The floor of the temple cracked open, revealing a passageway. What an infatuated pig! Jiang Changkong smiled and stepped into the passageway. An infatuated pig is better than a heartless person, Fairy Violet Orchid murmured. The heavenly court is cold and inhumane. Fairies, you can consider joining the demon court. Jiang Changkong smiled as he walked. Forget it. The heavenly court still has the heavenly god of justice. He's much better than those deities, Fairy Yushua said indifferently. Heavenly God of Justice, you have this kind of charm. Jiang Chongkong looked at the secondary body and said in surprise, I heard that you're impartial. When have you ever been humane? This is not the Demon Emperor's business, the secondary body said coldly. Fairy Violet Orchid snorted. You Demon Emperor, why are you asking so many questions? I'm just curious. Justice is heartless, and so is the heavenly Tao. By the time Jiang Chongkong finished speaking, he had already arrived at the end of the passageway. It was a mansion. Canopy Marshall's mansion. The door opened. There were no defenses, restrictions, or immortal formations. Stepping into the mansion, most of the buildings inside had collapsed, leaving only 4 palaces. Full Moon Palace. Jiang Chongkong looked at one of the palaces and found it funny. Canopy Marshall actually built a full moon palace in his own mansion. There are no longer such immortals in the celestial world. Fairy Yushua sighed and stepped into the palace. Even if he reincarnated into the wrong pig, his infatuation has always been preserved. After saying that, the jade toad released light, and the full moon palace opened automatically. The 2 fairies walked in first. A bone-chilling aura swept over from Jiang Chongkong. There was only moon chi and silvery white ice inside. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Jiang Chongkong was surrounded by sun divine fire. He was not afraid at all. The 2 fairies had moon divine items to protect them, so they were not afraid either. We can really see the moon star from here. That's the abandoned moon palace. Fairy Yushua looked up at the sky. The jade toad in her hand shone. We can see the moon palace from here. Jiang Chongkong was shocked. He walked over and looked up at the sky. On a cold planet, silvery white ice was everywhere. A celestial palace stood on top of the planet. An immortal palace made of silvery white ice, the moon palace. He could really see it. Jiang Chongkong was shocked. This full moon palace could actually see the moon star. Buzz! A beam of moonlight suddenly flew out from the moon palace and entered Fairy Yushua's glabella. A bone-chilling aura spread out from Yushua's body. The golden immortal power quickly dissipated. The silvery white ice around her turned into beams of moonlight and entered her body. A special wave of heaven power surged. Fairy Yushua's strength increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she went from late-stage Sky Immortal to peak Sky Immortal and was still growing. Jiang Chongkong was slightly shocked. Did this mean that she had obtained the moon god's inheritance? This transformation lasted for 2 hours. Fairy Yushua's strength also stabilized. Peak Immortal. Yushua, what happened? Fairy Xylin asked in shock. I don't know either. I think I got an immortal position. Fairy Yushua was a little confused. Immortal position? Fairy Xylin said in surprise. You got an immortal position? That's great. You actually got an immortal position. An immortal position was too helpful. Look at Jiang Chongkong, who had an immortal position. Even the Celestial Darch and Heavenly Kingzue did not dare to kill him. She could get an immortal position just like that? Jiang Chongkong was a little speechless. Did Zhu Beiji think that she was the most beautiful, so he gave her the position of Moon Immortal? This good-looking pig. Congratulations. Jiang Chongkong still congratulated her. He did not have any ill feelings towards the 2 female immortals. The 2 female immortals had always wanted to help him, but he had rejected them. Let's go to the other palaces to take a look. Perhaps you can also obtain the inheritance. After saying that, Yushua looked at Jiang Chongkong warily. Don't worry. I said that I would not make things difficult for you. After saying that, Jiang Chongkong left the Full Moon Palace and looked at the remaining 3 palaces. They were Canopy Palace, Elder Supreme Palace, and Dragon King Palace. Which palace are we going to this time? You all have immortal positions. It must be my turn this time, Fairy Xylin said excitedly. Jiang Chongkong did not say anything. He looked at the collapsed palaces, trying to find some familiar palaces in the ruins. Abruptly, a broken board with the characters written on it caught his attention. Magi Palace! Let's go to Dragon King Palace and see if there is an immortal position for the Dragon King. Bring it back for the Dragon King, the deputy said. Demon Emperor, are you so envious that you've become stupid? You're not even talking. Fairy Xylin looked at Dragon King Palace and then at Jiang Changkong. Then let's go to Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King has nothing to do with you. Look at how happy you are, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Fairy Xylin ran to Dragon King Palace first. Chapter 5:57. Watching his secondary body and the two fairies enter the Dragon King Hall. Jiang Changkong walked to the ruins of the Magi Palace. Zhang Xian picked up the damaged signboard, and a surge of invisible energy burst forth from it. The sun divine fire in Jiang Changkong's body dimmed a little. Azure light shone in his body, and the sun divine fire burned fiercely again. Buzz! The void fluctuated. Jiang Changkong's vision blurred, and the scenery around him changed. Torrential blood qi stretched across the void like ancient divine dragons. Jiang Changkong stood in the center of the blood qi and looked at the blood qi dragons. A vast and boundless world appeared in front of him. The blood qi dragons shuttled in the void like the veins of heaven and earth, the blood of the heavenly Tao. A heavy pressure came, and a unique ferocious aura was filled with tyranny and ferocity. It was as if the only thing left in this boundless world was this surging blood qi. All the laws and all the powers were suppressed by it. He couldn't feel time, space, or the existence of immortal qi. The immortal positions in his body were all isolated. This was a pure blood qi power. Unique power of laws traveled in the blood, and an ancient and desolate aura spread out from the blood qi. There seemed to be prayers in his ears, as if they were calling someone and offering sacrifices to an ancient existence. However, there was a layer of barrier that isolated these prayers, making it hard for him to hear them clearly. It was extremely uncomfortable. The blood qi divine dragon was roaring, and the vast world was shaking. A race that shouldn't exist in the world. A race that didn't respect the heavenly Tao and didn't cultivate the great Tao. It was born from the beginning of the world, and it bloomed with dazzling divine light in the primordial era. At the end of the primordial era, it declined with the demon race and almost disappeared in the primordial era. The blood qi dragons turned into the veins of heaven and earth. As the world shook, the blood qi dragons were the blood, and the earth under their feet was the body. Amidst the faintly discernible prayers, the world was revived. A pair of hands, a pair of legs, and a head appeared in the boundless world. The immeasurable divine body was unknown and immeasurable. The vast divine power made Jiang Changkong feel like he was carrying the world on his back, and he hunched his body, a figure that couldn't be looked up at, an ancient existence revived in prayers. He was a true big shot, a mighty figure that had existed since the beginning of time. Compared to him, immortal monarchs and immortal kings were nothing more than specks of light. The green light in his body flickered incessantly, as if trying to attract the attention of this ancient being. Unknowingly, when the surroundings became boundless primal chaos, the world disappeared, and the blood energy divine dragon disappeared. Everything turned into this ancient existence. The boundless divine body transformed once again. His legs turned into snake tails, and 7 arms appeared on his back. A pair of hands grew out of his chest, each holding a pair of flying serpents. Sparkling jade-like skin, shoulder-length hair, and a huge roulette floating behind her. The ancient and blurry divine runes on the wheel were indistinct, and they emanated waves of divine might. The ancient existence slowly opened his eyes, which emitted a deep glow, as if they contained boundless chaos. The azure light in Jiang Changkong's body pulsed violently, and the terrifying pressure lessened. He lifted his head and looked at the immeasurable divine body and that face that was as beautiful as the sky. They were the only ones who had received the acknowledgement of the heavens and obtained an immortal position. He was also the only one who had walked the same path as the ancient beings. One transformed into the immortal world and nurtured all living beings. The other transformed into the 6 paths and opened the underworld. Sage. Jiang Changkong's heart calmed down. In front of this existence, the chaotic divine power in his body seemed to be imprisoned. He could not mobilize any power, nor could he have any hostile thoughts. This existence had long become a sage, using his own body to make up for the heavenly Tao. The strange thing was that he did not feel a trace of the power of heaven. Even if this was only an incarnation, it should still possess the power of the heavens, since it had fused with its own body. The immeasurable divine body moved slightly, and the surrounding chaos surged. The chaotic air currents were like divine dragons, rushing wildly in all directions. A jade-like palm, like the sky, lifted him up and brought him before the face that was as beautiful as the sky. It was as big as the sky, suppressing the boundless chaos. The boundless power was already beyond the imagination of immortals. Without saying a word, the giant hand lifted Jiang Changkong and lowered his head slightly. Their foreheads touched, and a stream of information entered Jiang Changkong's body. The azure light in his body surged, and a stream of information appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Boom! A beam of light lit up in his mind, tearing apart the chaos and destroying everything. Earth, water, fire, wind, and all kinds of light appeared in the chaos. Endless chaotic storms and boundless chaotic air currents appeared in his mind. Another ray of light suppressed everything and destroyed the primordial chaos. The boundless chaos was no match for the mysterious light. A boundless divine body shot out mysterious lights with every move it made. The shattered chaos turned into many worlds, like endless bubbles. A huge bubble was at the center, and countless small bubbles were attached to the big bubble. Time, space, earth, water, fire, wind, sun, moon. All kinds of mysterious power and billions of stars were separated from the chaos. Is this splitting open the sky? Jiang Changkong muttered to himself. However, this time it was this existence who split open the sky, not Pangu. Buzz! The immeasurable divine body dissipated, and the wheel disappeared. Replacing it was a huge star, emitting a strong cold aura. Moon star! The laurel tree emitted specks of moonlight. The fairy in a white dress had a veil over her face, and her face could not be seen. A fat, middle-aged man stood under the laurel tree and looked at the fairy in a white dress with a complicated expression. Canopy Marshall, the witch race can stay in your Tao field, the fairy in a white dress said coldly. Moon goddess, it's better for you to stay in the underworld. Your moon goddess position can stay in my Tao field. I welcome you. Canopy Marshall said with an ugly expression. The moon goddess tone was still cold. Since you are unwilling, I will go find the heavenly god of justice. Why do you want to find that three-eyed man? Who said, I am unwilling? Canopy Marshall hurriedly said. Jiang Changkong sighed. Zhu Beiji was willing to be a spare tire for billions of years. What was so good about women? The great Tao was the only one. The fairy in a white dress handed a palace to Canopy Marshall. Canopy Marshall took the palace and said in a low voice, You don't have to go. They're all gone. I'll stay and feel even more lonely. The fairy in a white dress held up a cluster of moonlight with her jade-like fingers. I will return. You won't. The Canopy Marshall took the palace and turned to leave. His back was bleak and lonely. If you can't return, then so be it. The fairy in a white dress's fingers had already pierced into the laurel tree because she used too much force. Where did the ancient celestial gods go? Jiang Changkong frowned. From the looks of it, they all went and couldn't return. The fairy in a white dress, the moon goddess, suddenly turned around and stared at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that she still had her own consciousness? There is a piece of heaven hidden in the underworld. If the heavenly Tao awakens in the future, there is no way out. Enter the underworld and use your body to mend the heaven, becoming the lord of the underworld. After saying this, the fairy in a white dress's figure faded and disappeared. There is a piece of heaven hidden in the underworld. Jiang Changkong was shocked. Just how unlucky was the heaven? How many pieces had it been cut into? Should he make a trip to the underworld? Or should he leave that piece of heaven for the underworld? Chapter 558. What exactly did these ancient immortals do for them to be able to retain their positions? Back then, the ancient heavenly court ruled the immortal world and swept away almost all obstacles. They were the supreme overlords here, but they still had to leave and even use the mortal world as an experimental ground. The immortal world also had their research grounds, which created many ancient species and retained the power of the ancestral dragon. Demon King, what are you doing? A questioning voice came and woke him up. Jiang Changkong looked at the damaged plaque in his hand. This place was still in ruins. He threw it away and said indifferently, Dragon King Palace, did you find anything? Nothing. Fairy Xylin looked curiously at the plaque he threw away. But the Demon King actually stood here for an hour. Since I didn't find anything, let's go to the next palace. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and did not explain the harvest of the Magi Palace. Fairy Xylin and the other two found the Dragon King position, but they did not dare to say it, worried that he would snatch it. The secondary body already knew this and did not point it out. The Dragon King position would eventually be handed over to the little Dragon King. Jiang Changkong did not care about this now. He was concerned about the information in his mind. The secret art left behind by the witch race, sky-splitting 5 styles. This secret art was deduced by the witch race and not inherited from Pengu, but its power was enough to split the world. With Jiang Changkong's current strength, he estimated that the most basic style would not be able to exert its power, but it could still give him a strong boost. In particular, the most crucial point of the sky-splitting 5 styles was the help of the green light in his body. So many pills. The door of the old Lord Palace opened and a rich fragrance came out. Bottles of pills were placed inside, all labeled with the name of the pill. Soul Returning Pill, Resurrection. Tao Comprehension Pill, Enlightenment of the Great Tao. Golden Pill, 5 Revolutions, Becoming an Immortal in 1 step. All kinds of pills appeared in front of the 3 of them. These were pills personally refined by the top alchemist of the heavenly court, the old lord. After so many years, they were still well preserved. The 2 fairies quickly collected the pills as if they had never seen them before. Jiang Changkong and his second body also quickly took action. There were fewer golden cores here, but there were more Tao comprehension pills and healing pills. However, they were all 5th grade and below. There wasn't even a single bottle of 6th grade. After collecting the pills, the 2 fairies looked at him vigilantly again. There doesn't seem to be an immortal position here. Jiang Changkong ignored their vigilant gazes and wandered around the palace. Old Lord Taishang was a terrifying existence back then, so it was normal that he did not leave behind an immortal position. How many ordinary immortals could take on the position of a Grand Supreme Elder? The 3 of them left the Supreme Lord Hall and entered the Canopy Hall. There should be a Canopy Marshal immortal position, right? Fairy Violet Orchid said expectantly. It might be the immortal position of Emissary of the Cleansed Altar. Jiang Changkong said lightly. Fairy Xylin had a look of disgust on her face. You are the Emissary of the Cleansed Altar. The Emissary of the Cleansed Altar was a position where one could eat and drink and enjoy the food and drink. Canopy Marshal controlled the Heavenly River Navy and was in existence with real power, easily pushing open the doors of the Canopy Palace. The 3 of them walked in. Similarly, there was only a golden statue inside. The jade toad rose again, but this time it was useless. The moon god's face was clearly used up. Jiang Changkong reached out to touch the golden statue and frowned. A rebounding force came and made him take 2 steps back. It seems that Canopy Marshall does not like the monster race. Fairy Violet Orchid said with a smile. Yes, he likes beautiful fairies. Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently and was not angry. Now that you don't have an immortal position, you can give it a try. I'll give it a try. Fairy Violet Orchid snorted lightly and pressed her palm on the golden statue. Whong! The golden statue trembled and a golden halo spread. Look, this fairy still has to do it. Fairy Violet Orchid raised her head proudly. Fairy Yushua had a smile on her face, but she kept a straight face. Jiang Changkong could only sigh again, this lecherous pighead. Whong! The golden statue suddenly raised its hand and pointed at the back of Fairy Violet Orchid's head. Fairy Jade Snow's expression changed greatly. Violet Orchid. Fairy Violet Orchid's vision went black and she directly fell down. Her secondary body hurried forward and helped Fairy Violet Orchid. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. He seemed to see a wisp of purple light. The information on the heavenly book stunned him. If Heavenly King Ziwei knew, would he kill his daughter? Rumble. The golden statue trembled again, and the golden halo spread. The golden statue opened its mouth, and a suction force came, directly swallowing them all. Jiang Changkong's vision went black. The next moment, light shone through the darkness, and he was already in the city, Lord's mansion. We will meet again if fate allows it. Jiang Changkong turned into a golden crow and disappeared. This monster emperor really did not make things difficult for us, nor did he steal our harvest. Fairy Jade Snow was slightly surprised. I will send you to the heaven passage. You can go back directly, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. What about you? Fairy Jade Snow frowned slightly. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I will enforce the law in the lower realm. As that monster emperor said, we will meet again if fate allows it. Fairy Jade Snow was silent for a moment and took out a few bottles of medicinal pills. These are the medicinal pills we just obtained. Take them. No need, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. If you don't want them, then throw them away. I will bring Violet Orchid back myself. Jade Snow left with Fairy Violet Orchid, throwing the medicinal pills casually. Jiang Changkong frowned and put away the medicinal pills. Take it as the fare to send you away. Fairy Jade Snow smiled and left with him. If there is no place to go, you can go back to the East Sea. That is not heaven. Oh right, take this jade pendant of mine. Some immortal kings will not attack you. Keep it for yourself. I will not take it even if you throw it away this time. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. All right, you are really cold. Fairy Jade Snow was a little dissatisfied. You can be friends with Little Dragon King. Why can't you be friends with us? I enforce the law on behalf of the heavens, not for the heavenly court. Perhaps one day, you and I will stand on the opposite side, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Fairy Yushua fell silent. She supported Fairy Violet Orchid and flew away. Jiang Changkong followed by her side and escorted them back to heaven. In front of the heavenly passage, Fairy Jade Snow suddenly looked up. There will not be such a day. After the heavenly court is on the right track, the celestial emperor will build a peaceful and warm immortal world. Jiang Changkong turned and left, sneering in his heart. A peaceful and warm immortal world? Is this a lie? His figure disappeared and went to the mountains thousands of miles away. Jiang Changkong's main body was also there. He was studying his changes. Because of the Magi Palace's inheritance of the 5 styles of splitting the heavens, Jiang Changkong's acquired chaotic Taoist body had reached the limit of an immortal. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal, true god, 4th revolution mystic art, perfect 1/2. 7 million acquired chaotic Taoist body. Perfect 2, 7 million/2. 7 million golden crow immortal scripture. Perfect 337500/337500 essence, chi, spirit, 66046 soon. He would be able to reach the immortal Lord level. Next, my secondary body will return to the Demon King Palace to hold the fort. My main body will enforce the law in the lower realm and use the identity of the heavenly god of justice. I can also use my full strength. Jiang Changkong pondered and began to create a new secondary body. The demon race would not make any big moves now. The heavenly court released him, which was also a chance for him to return openly. The heavenly god of justice would once again become famous in the immortal world. Chapter 559. Jiang Changkong sorted out the 5 forms of split the heavens in his mind. There were no specific names, only 5 moves. After 5 moves, heaven and earth were split apart and a world was formed. The stronger one was, the more terrifying the power they could unleash. If he could prove his Tao and become a sage, he would be able to create a new world in the boundless chaos, just like that powerful being. After that, it was the harvest this time. There were 20 bottles of golden elixirs that could help him improve his cultivation. 5 bottles of 5th grade golden elixirs were all top-notch. 15 bottles of peak rank, 4 pills, 10 pills per bottle. 286000. After consuming a 5th revolution recovery pill, the chaotic divine energy in his body rapidly recovered. In less than a quarter of an hour, all of his divine power had been restored, and his secondary incarnation had already left. As expected of the pill refined by the Grand Supreme Elder, this kind of pill has to be used sparingly. Jiang Changkong felt the medicinal energy in his body and found that he still had more than half of it left. The pills that the old lord had left behind were all top-notch. Grade 5 recovery pills could even allow a heavenly high immortal to recover completely. Although his current battle prowess was powerful, it was only equivalent to a mid-stage high celestial. It was far from being comparable to a peak high celestial. Next, it's time to enforce the law. Jiang Changkong held the Almanac of Justice in his hand and revealed a look of anticipation. Jiang Changkong suddenly raised his head, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. An aura that was not weak fluctuated nearby, as if it was searching for something. After some thought, Jiang Changkong decided to ignore him and leave. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. Golden light flashed, and a figure instantly rushed up to the sky, blocking the way. What's the matter? Jiang Changkong asked calmly. This was a young man who was very strong. He exuded the aura of a monarch from head to toe. He was no weaker than the divine Ice Star Lord. Early stage, immortal monarch. The young immortal monarch asked coldly, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Book, are you the heavenly god of justice from the heavenly court? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Yes, I am. What can I do for you? Lend me your head for a moment. The young immortal lord snorted coldly as the aura of an immortal lord gushed out. He used his full strength right from the start. The aura of a monarch, the laws of the immortal Tao, the might of a supreme immortal god. On the divine sword, the aura of the laws circulated. It was like a golden, heavenly river, vast and mighty, suppressing over. The boundless Milky Way, the boundless rule, sword chi. You can't kill me. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. He opened the heavenly book, and the information on it appeared. A sinner was an immortal lord, and it was a capital crime. 50,000 heavens' power. The primal chaos, stars, manifested behind him like boundless primal chaos. The law of primal chaos shuttled through the primal chaos, and all kinds of characteristics manifested. Jiang Changkong gently raised his right palm, and a special aura was brewing in his palm. A mysterious light rose from the boundless chaos behind him, split the heavens. The azure light in his body surged into his palm. Combined with the primal chaos law, he executed the heaven-splitting technique. That palm strike carried the might of Genesis. Even though it was not even a billionth of its might, it was still not something that a heavenly high immortal could withstand. Crack! The green palm force landed, and the divine sword shattered inch by inch. The young immortal lord had a horrified expression. He wanted to howl, but he couldn't make a single sound. He saw the primal chaos. He saw a giant lifting his palm to tear the primal chaos apart. The primal chaos was torn apart, and the mysterious power shattered his divine sword, shattered his law, and shattered his heart. His neck tightened, and a mysterious hand grabbed his neck. A voice rang out like primal chaos, divine lightning. Who told you to come? You, how can you be so strong? The young immortal lord said in horror. Answer me, Jiang Changkong said coldly. He exerted some force, and the intense pain made the young immortal lord finally understand the current situation. The young immortal lord hurriedly said, It's the heavenly court. No, it's the Sky River immortal monarch. Speak clearly. Jiang Changkong frowned. The Sky River immortal monarch said that you have already been abandoned by the heavenly court. If I can kill you, I can become the new heavenly god of justice and obtain the favor of the heavenly Tao. *T. I am the heavenly god of justice. If you kill me, you will only bear the burden of sin. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. This is what the Sky River immortal monarch said. The heavenly Tao has not fully awakened yet, so it can be changed. Also, the young immortal lord explained in horror, but he did not dare to continue. What else? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. Also, the heavenly god of justice has consumed many immortal emperor-level immortal pills and was once rewarded by the heavenly Dharch. His body is filled with immortal pills, medicinal power. If I can eat the heavenly god of justice, my strength will definitely improve greatly. The young immortal lord's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Immortal emperor-level immortal pills? And many? When did the heavenly Dharch become so generous to give me such good things? Why does this sound so much like Tripitaka? How did you know I was here? Jiang Changkong asked coldly. The heavenly court leaked the news, saying that the heavenly god of justice has come to Pure River City and is near this mountain range. Was the massacre in Pure River City done by the heavenly court? It was done by the heavenly court and the Sky River immortal monarch. When the heavenly Tao awakens, the Sky River immortal monarch will ascend to the heavenly court and become the Sky River heavenly monarch or even the canopy marshal. The young immortal lord said everything he knew. Canopy marshal? Sky River immortal monarch? The heavenly court had already planned to kill him in the lower realm. The heavenly Dharch and the others could not do it, so they could only ask someone to do it for them. Perhaps they did not want to kill him, but to subdue him. As long as he was willing to be obedient, he would be able to ascend to the heavens and continue to be the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice. Sigh. Jiang Changkong sighed softly, and his chaotic divine power entered the young immortal lord's body. Thank you for coming to deliver your head. The death penalty was 50,000 essence chi spirit, and his body contained 1,100 essence chi spirit. He was surprised that his soul did not explode after using his chaotic divine power to search his soul. He had asked for so long because he was worried that he would not be able to search his soul. Immortal Lord's Collection. Jiang Changkong looked at the disappearing young immortal lord, and a ring appeared in his hand. There were many immortal stones and immortal pills inside. The quality of the immortal pills was slightly worse. There were only 2 bottles of 4th-grade golden pills, and they were of superior quality. There was not a single bottle of 5th-grade golden pills. Thinking about it, the young immortal lord was only an early-stage immortal lord. There were only 100 top-grade 4th-grade immortal stones and 2 low-grade 5th-grade immortal stones. There's another 4th-grade immortal stone vein? A piece of information appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. There was a 4th-grade immortal stone vein in the city guarded by the immortal lord. The city was not far from there. If he flew at full speed, he would only need an hour to reach it. I'll take the immortal stone vein before the heavenly river immortal king can react. Jiang Changkong turned into a beam of light and headed for the city guarded by the immortal lord. 1,000 miles away from Eastwater City, in the Boundless mountain range, there was a huge mountain with a mine. Martial immortals and human immortals were entering and exiting the mine, transporting immortal stones out. The Heavenly River Immortal Kingdom is truly a large country. There are actually 5 immortals overseeing this place. Jiang Changkong hid in the sky and looked at the situation below. There were 5 immortals overseeing the mine. Just as Jiang Changkong was about to take action, 2 figures caught his attention. 2 late-stage immortals. Neither of them were weak. Merely they had restrictions placed on them. 2 immortals here to mine? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Jiang Changkong was astonished. Even in the heavenly court, immortals were generals. In the monstrous race, they were monstrous kings. Chapter 560. For the Sky River Immortal Kingdom to send immortals to mine. This was simply overkill. Unless these 2 were not immortals of the Sky River Divine Kingdom. The heavenly book was opened, and the information appeared. Jiang Ziyu, late divine immortal, immortal of the great wilderness celestial kingdom. His merits outweigh his faults. Jiang Zifan was a late divine immortal of the great wilderness celestial kingdom. From the great wilderness celestial kingdom? That's quite a distance. Jiang Changkong had a strange look on his face. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few months for an immortal to travel from the great wilderness to the Sky River Immortal Kingdom. If something unexpected were to happen, such as encountering a demon king or an evil demon, it would be hard to say if they could even make it. The Sky River Celestial Kingdom and the Great Wilderness Celestial Kingdom didn't seem to be at war, right? Pa! The special divine whip lashed on his body, causing his skin to split open. A pained expression appeared on Jiang Ziyu's face as he let out a muffled groan and hurriedly carried the celestial stone on his back. You too, hurry up. One of the celestial immortals said coldly, If you dare slack off again, this immortal will beat you to death. Don't let me recover my cultivation, or I'll kill you. Jiang Ziyu gritted his teeth, but he only dared to mutter. Unfortunately, his strength was sealed, so he couldn't hide his words from the heaven immortal supervisor. Crackle! The divine whip lashed down again, leaving a bone-deep whip mark. Golden blood gushed out. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I will smash your mouth. The heaven immortal supervisor sneered and said disdainfully, Restore your cultivation base? Since you're here, don't even think about it. Even if I kill you, no one will know how you died. Ziyu, work hard. Jiang Zifan held down Jiang Ziyu and shook his head slightly. With their strength sealed, not to mention a heavenly immortal, even a martial immortal would be able to beat them up. Jiang Ziyu could only swallow the anger in his heart and endure it. At least you know your place. The heaven immortal supervisor harumphed coldly. He turned around and was about to leave when a figure suddenly blocked his way. Who are you? The heaven immortal supervisor had never seen this unfamiliar face before. I enforce justice when I see injustice. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He opened the heavenly book of justice and said, I am the heavenly God of justice. Heavenly God of justice. The celestial immortal supervisor's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly retreated. Why are you here? The heavenly court's heavenly God of justice is here. Hurry up and contact the immortal monarch. Screams of horror could be heard. Everyone, including some of the workers, looked over in horror. Heavenly court, heavenly God of justice? Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Zifan were both shocked. The heaven God of justice directly manifested in his heart. The heavenly God of justice had returned, and the heavenly Tao announced to the world. It was just that they had never seen him before. They didn't expect to see him here. Heavenly God of justice, what brings you here? An immortal hurried over and looked at him solemnly. I will enforce the law on behalf of the heavens. Wherever you need me, I will be there. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "The Milky Way celestial kingdom has always been loyal to the heavenly court. Heavenly God of justice, you are not needed here," the deity said solemnly. "You should be a celestial immortal," Jiang Changkong said calmly. He opened his celestial eye, and his celestial immortal cultivation level dropped rapidly. "Do it!" The other four immortals quickly made their moves. Countless mysterious patterns appeared in the void, releasing dazzling sword beams. The laws of the immortal Tao bloomed, and the four deities activated the immortal formation, raising its power to the limit of deities. "All of you are guilty of the death penalty." Jiang Changkong pointed with a finger. The divine light shattered, the void trembled, and the mysterious immortal formation instantly collapsed. The four immortals paused and turned into ashes, dissipating from the world. "Run!" A scream rang out, and both the foremen and the miners ran for their lives. "None of the guilty can escape." Jiang Changkong pointed with a finger, and his chaotic divine power split into tens of thousands, harvesting the sinful supervisors and miners. The two immortals of the great wilderness froze on the spot. The chaotic divine power entered their bodies, breaking the restriction and restoring their cultivation level. "Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice." The two immortals bowed in gratitude. "No need to be so polite. The two of you have done more good than bad," Jiang Changkong said calmly. His celestial eye scanned the remaining miners. Most of them were low-level immortals with no merits or faults. They did not do anything wrong. They were just unlucky to be captured by the Sky River Celestial Kingdom to mine. Jiang Changkong poured his chaotic divine power into the mine. There were still some miners inside, and they all flew out. "Those who have nothing to do can leave. I will not make things difficult for those who are innocent." Jiang Changkong waved his hand and let the miners leave. As for the supervisors, almost none of them were innocent. There were many miners who died in their hands. The chaos divine power searched the mine, entering the vein, controlling the mine, and taking out the ores one by one. "Thank you, Heavenly God of Justice." The miners bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong looked at the two immortals. "Don't go yet." "Heavenly God of Justice, do you have any other orders?" The two immortals looked at each other and asked cautiously. Although they had recovered their cultivation level, they did not dare to act recklessly in the face of Jiang Changkong's divine power that killed four immortals with a finger and broke the immortal formation. Jiang Changkong smiled lightly. "Don't be nervous. I am just curious. How did you two immortals of the great wilderness end up as miners of the heavenly river?" The two immortals' expressions changed. "How do you know we are from the great wilderness?" Jiang Changkong waved the heavenly book in his hand. "Don't forget who I am." "Well," the two immortals looked at each other and hesitated. Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry. The rest of the miners had already left. Immortal stones flew out of the mine. He also put away the ores that they had dug out earlier. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, half an hour had passed. Jiang Zifen said, "Heavenly God of Justice, we should leave quickly. The immortal Lord guarding this place will be back soon. I have already executed that immortal Lord. Don't worry." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. "Heavenly God of Justice can kill immortal lords?" The two immortals were shocked. "Since you are not willing to tell me the reason, then forget it. Leave quickly." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. No, we want to ask Heavenly God of Justice to send us back to the great wilderness." The two immortals looked at each other. Jiang Zifen continued, "We are willing to tell you the reason and offer the information to Heavenly God of Justice. Forget about the escort. I am very busy and have a lot of troubles." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. The two immortals thought that Jiang Changkong still wanted to enforce the law. They hurriedly said, "I heard that Heavenly God of Justice is on good terms with the Dragon King of the East Sea." This matter is related to the ancient dragon clan. Huh. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. What matter? Yazi Dao ground. Jiang Zifen said in a deep voice, we were searching for the Yazi Dao ground. We encountered evil demons and were severely injured. We came to the Sky River Celestial Kingdom and ended up here. If you tell me the location of the Yazi Dao ground, I will send one of my clones to escort you back, Jiang Changkong said. Well, Heavenly God of Justice, it is not that we do not believe in your strength, but the journey is long and dangerous. I am afraid it will be difficult for your clone to send us back. Moreover, we have studied the Yazi Dao ground for many years and have some understanding of it. It can help heavenly gods obtain treasures. Jiang Zifen hurriedly said, You don't want to give up on the treasures, right? However, I am not someone who will take all the treasures for myself. It is just that I am in big trouble now. If I bring you with me, your lives may be in danger. Jiang Changkong did not hide anything. The heavenly court was clearly trying to kill them with a borrowed knife, and the Sky River Celestial Monarch had agreed. If the Sky River Celestial Monarch came looking for him, he would probably be in trouble. We are willing to be with the heavenly God. We do not fear danger. Jiang Changkong. Chapter 561. Jiang Changkong couldn't persuade him anymore. He had already told him many times that it would be dangerous to follow him. However, the two of them did not believe it at all. Perhaps they did not want to give up on the Yazi dojo. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Zifen didn't believe that Jiang Changkong would be in trouble. Although he didn't know the specifics of the heavenly God of justice, he had witnessed his powerful combat prowess. He killed 4 immortals with one finger and broke the immortal formation. Before coming here, he had even killed an elementary high immortal. Coupled with the fact that he had the backing of the heavenly court, he could totally do whatever he wanted. One immortal stone after another flew out. As Jiang Changkong channeled his chaos god force, a large number of immortal stones flew out. An hour passed, and Jiang Changkong had plundered quite a number of immortal stones. However, the mountain inside was extremely hard. Even with his chaos divine power, he had to expend some effort. He stopped plundering the immortal stones and wrapped them in his chaos divine power before taking them away. He couldn't wait any longer. He could only leave after one wave in case the experts of the Milky Way Immortal Kingdom came. Jiang Zifen pointed the way, and Jiang Changkong turned into a beam of light and left. On the way, Jiang Changkong didn't forget to count the immortal stones he obtained. Peak rank for only cost 100 yuan, high class 500 yuan, mid class 800 yuan, and low class 1,300 yuan. Peak rank 3 cost 2,000 yuan, high class 4,000 yuan, and middle class 8,000 yuan. There were no low-grade ones, but there were still some rank 2 ones. Jiang Changkong tossed them into his space equipment without checking. Essence, Qi, and Spirit, 840,000. Jiang Changkong glanced at his essence, Qi, and Spirit. In another 2 days, he would have almost 2 million. He hoped that this trip to the Yazi Dao ground would be fruitful, or he could find another grade 4 spirit vein. Unfortunately, 4th grade mineral veins could not be found anywhere. In the Sky River Immortal Kingdom, even a grade 4 spirit vein required an immortal lord to guard it. This showed how rare it was. The higher the grade of the mine, the rarer it was. They had basically all been plundered by the heavenly court and the 2 great immortal sects. A small nation like the Proud Sea Nation didn't even have a 3rd grade mine. In order to avoid trouble, Jiang Changkong directly suppressed the immortal book and immortal occupation in his body. Half a day later, they were already far away from the mineral vein. Jiang Zifen said solemnly, God, there's a golden river town up ahead. Be careful when you pass by. Oh, what's so special about Goldwater Town? Jiang Changkong asked. There's nothing special about the Golden Water Town. The main thing is that there's an evil devil entrenched in the Golden Water River. Not only will he eat the townsfolk, but he'll also eat the immortals who pass by. Jiang Zifan said in a deep voice. Back then, we always took a detour. Jiang Changkong paused for a moment. How strong is that demon? I heard that he's an immortal monarch, but I'm not sure what his cultivation level is. Jiang Zifan shook his head. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment. How far away is the Yazi dojo? If we take a detour, it will take us 1 or 2 more days, about 5 days, the two of them said. This god will protect you. Fly over carefully. There shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Changkong thought about it and decided not to give way. If he protected them and concealed his aura, the immortal lord should not be able to discover him. The two of them looked at each other and didn't have any objections. Chaos divine power enveloped the two of them. This time, Jiang Changkong didn't transform into light. Instead, he transformed into a white cloud and moved forward quickly. The golden water river glowed with golden light, as if there were some treasures hidden in it. At first, some mortals really found some treasures in it. Therefore, the golden water town had produced some immortals. Ever since the evil devils came and occupied the golden water river, the townsfolk of the golden water town were also bullied. They thought of resisting, but were restricted. They could only walk around in the golden water town and couldn't leave. Listening to the two of them talk about the golden water town, Jiang Changkong frowned. The Skyriver Celestial Kingdom doesn't care about this. It's just a small town. Why would the Skyriver Celestial Kingdom care about it? Jiang Zifan shook his head. Even in the great wilderness Celestial Kingdom, there are many evil devils wreaking havoc. Is it like this in the celestial world? Jiang Changkong asked. You can't say that. The disciples of the Zhanyuan celestial sect often subdue evil. The evil devils don't dare to approach the Zhanyuan celestial sect. A look of longing appeared on Jiang Zifan's face. Many immortals, myself included, wish to join the Zhanyuan celestial sect for the rest of my life. What about Peng Lai? Jiang Changkong raised his brow. They are not weaker than the Zhanyuan celestial sect either. The Peng Lai sect would not provoke you if you don't provoke them. They only cultivate themselves, and they don't care about slaying evil or whatever. Jiang Ziyu added. They would retaliate viciously if they were provoked. Jiang Changkong nodded. He was about to speak when his expression stiffened and the white cloud paused. Whoosh! A streak of black evil light shot up, passing right in front of Jiang Changkong. If he had gone a little further, the evil light would have hit him. Was I discovered? Jiang Changkong frowned. Streaks of evil light suddenly shot up from below, densely packed like rain. With a point of his finger, chaos divine power split into chaos water droplets that rained down like rain. As the chaos rain fell, the evil light crumbled like streaks of rainbows. Boom, boom! A black barrier materialized in the skies below, blocking the chaos rain. This barrier must be the limit of novice level. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Let's leave for now. I'll come back from the Yazi Bodhimanda to clean up this evil spirit. Bringing the two with him, he dashed forward, intending to charge out of the golden water river. The skies around them abruptly split apart, devouring the trio. Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows and retreated. The space behind him also cracked open. This is the aura of spatial law. Jiang Changkong mused to himself and flicked his finger, and the spatial rift rapidly vanished. However, even as the spatial rift vanished, more spatial rifts appeared around it. That's all you've got? I'd like to see what the hell you are. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly and promptly led the two into the spatial rift. Space shifted, and the trio arrived inside a house where the sounds of children playing could be heard from outside. Is this Golden Water Town? Jiang Changkong looked out the window. There was a stone tablet outside with the words Golden Water Town engraved on it. Heavenly God, why are we here? The two stood behind him and asked worriedly. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, it's fine. Let's go out and take a look first. I underestimated this evil spirit. It actually cultivates spatial law. Spatial law had already become a legend in the mortal world, and he had never seen it before. After being in the immortal world for so long, he did not expect to see it from an evil spirit. "We have a guest." An old voice rang out, and an old woman with a stooped back walked into the room shakily. "Old lady, please forgive me for entering this place by mistake." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly, and the heavenly book in his body was already activated. The heavenly book was even more powerful than the Sun Wukong's eyes of fire and gold. As long as there was no mighty being to isolate it, it could reveal human, ghost, demon, or demon. The information on it stunned him. Golden Water Granny, an ordinary mortal, an old person from Golden Water Town. No merits or faults. He thought that the evil spirit would react to his arrival, or at least send a small demon. Unexpectedly, it was an ordinary mortal from Golden Water Town who came to greet him. Ordinary mortals in the immortal world were much stronger than those in the mortal world. They were probably at the peak of low-level martial artists. "Sai, you can stay here. Just don't go to the river." Golden Water Granny's voice was very old. She sighed, and her body trembled as she left. "Do you want to eat something?" "No, old lady, we don't need to eat or drink." Chapter 562. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Could it be that the diabolic spirit did not take him seriously and was pretending to be weak? But if that was the case, the diabolic spirit could have eaten him directly. The situation in the sky should be in immortal array. The diabolic spirit might have been delayed by something. The three of them walked out of the room. Jiang Changkong looked at Granny Goldwater, who was pouring water for them. He was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of our sudden appearance?" "I'm used to it." Granny Goldwater poured 3 cups of water for them. Her wrinkled face was full of wrinkles. "You are not the first batch of guests. Other than us, there are others who came to the Golden Water Town." Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. "Every few years, there will be people who come." Granny Goldwater rubbed her legs and pulled a chair to sit. "I'm old. If you are tired, find a chair for yourselves." Jiang Changkong looked around the room. Other than a few wooden chairs, there were some coarse cloths. There were a few fish and some water plants hanging outside. "Old man, can you tell us about those people? Where did they go?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Some went to the Golden Water River. Some stayed in the Golden Water Town." Fear flashed across Granny Goldwater's face. "Most of those who went to the Golden Water River never came back. I heard that they disappeared." Jiang Changkong nodded and called out to the two. "Let's go out for a walk." Granny Goldwater suddenly said, "Oh yes, young man. Some people came out from the Golden Water River." Jiang Changkong stopped. "Granny, please tell me who they are. They call themselves the Celestial River Navy." "I don't know who they are," Granny Goldwater said. "Thank you." Jiang Changkong pointed his finger. Chaos divine power entered Granny Goldwater's body to help her improve. Celestial River Navy? After walking out of Granny Goldwater's house, Jiang Ziffin frowned. "I wonder if they are from the Celestial River Kingdom or the Celestial Water City. The Celestial River Kingdom also has a navy." Jiang Changkong asked. He had a rough understanding of the places ruled by the Heavenly Court, but he didn't know much about the specifics. Jiang Zi nodded and said, "The cultivators of the Milky Way Immortal Kingdom are best at water battles. They formed a navy, all of which are celestial immortals, numbering 10,000. Let's go check out the Golden Water River." Jiang Changkong walked toward the Golden Water River. The two of them hurriedly followed. This time, the evil devils were proficient in spatial laws. They didn't dare to stray too far from Jiang Changkong. There were many residents in Goldwater Town, and there were also many people on the streets. The group of people glanced at them and then looked away. As for an outsider like Jiang Changkong, they were not surprised at all. The three of them quickly walked out of Goldwater Town. A river appeared before their eyes. emitting a faint golden light. Under the golden light, the entire river looked like a golden river. Jiang Changkong frowned. His sharp senses allowed him to sense a dangerous aura. His right palm swept across the void, and a spatial crack that had just appeared immediately disappeared. A black, evil light suddenly flashed. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, and the evil light was destroyed. Chaos stars floated in his eyes, and chaos divine power spread out. The void in front of him changed. The space in front of him overlapped, crisscrossed, and twisted chaotically. The spatial laws are really amazing. Jiang Changkong reached into the void. From the two's perspective, his palm had disappeared. A heaven god. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Ziyu's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly held him down. Chaos divine power surged, and the twisted space disappeared. The area in front of them returned to normal. Jiang Changkong brought them to the river and was surprised to find that the space in the river had also changed. It would probably take a lot of effort for him to break through all the space here. Let's go back first. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. He returned with the two of them. They entered Goldwater Town again and walked on the streets. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Ziyu's expressions changed slightly. Their lips moved. Someone is watching us. Yes, I've already discovered it. Jiang Changkong responded softly and led them around Goldwater Town. The chaos divine power turned invisible, and the three of them disappeared instantly. A skinny middle-aged man with a goatee trembled when he saw them disappear. Lu Xianfeng, late-stage divine immortal. He has spent his life subduing demons and has performed meritorious deeds. An indifferent voice came from behind, causing the middle-aged man's expression to freeze and his body to stiffen. Don't be so nervous. Jiang Changkong came in front of him and looked at him coldly. Why are you here? I'm here to subdue demons, Lu Xianfeng said solemnly. How much do you know about the demons in Goldwater River? Jiang Changkong asked. Not as much as you know. I only entered this place by mistake. Please let me go this time. Lu Xuanfeng's expression changed as he cupped his hands and bowed. We don't know anything. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll search your soul. Jiang Changkong raised his palm slightly. We also entered this place by mistake. Lu Xuanfeng's expression darkened. You're the Heavenly River Navy? I really don't know how to cooperate. This is the Heavenly Court's Heavenly God of Justice, Jiang Ziyu introduced. The two of us are deities of the great wilderness. The Heavenly Book manifested and Lu Xuanfeng's information was displayed on it. The Heavenly Book told me about your identity, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Lu Xianfeng sized him up carefully and looked at the heavenly eye on his forehead. It's really the Heavenly God of Justice. Great. Are you here to eliminate demons? You can say that. What's going on with the demons here? Jiang Changkong nodded and asked, How long have you been here? Do you know anything? The three of you. Please follow me. Lu Xianfeng bowed slightly and led them away. The three of them followed Lu Xianfeng through Goldwater Town and finally arrived at a thatched hut. Lu Xianfeng poured them a cup of tea and sat down. I've been here for 30 years, he said softly. 30 years? That demon didn't kill you? Jiang Changkong was surprised. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Ziyu were puzzled as well. Lu Xianfeng hadn't been touched in 30 years. That demon is very busy every day. Immortals like us who accidentally barged in are his food, Lu Xianfeng said with a bitter smile. Lu Xianfeng smiled bitterly. I went in once with the Heavenly River Navy, but I didn't see that demon. What's the situation inside? There are countless spaces inside the Goldwater River. Even immortal lords will get lost inside, let alone immortals, Lu Xianfeng said in a deep voice. Back then, I only secretly followed one of the Heavenly River Navy. Fortunately, I didn't see that demon or I wouldn't have been able to come out. What's the relationship between the Heavenly River Navy and that demon? Jiang Changkong asked. It's a partnership. I heard from the Heavenly River Navy that the demon in the Goldwater River is helping to refine immortal pills with immortals. There seems to be some secret hidden at the bottom of the Goldwater River that made the demon stay until now. Lu Xianfeng explained. The Heavenly River Navy is the army of the Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom. Occasionally, immortal lords will come. Have you figured out the demon's cultivation? Yes, he's at the peak of early stage immortal lord. That's 10 years ago. I don't know if he's broken through. The Goldwater River has been turned into an iron plate by him. Even mid-stage immortal lords won't be able to get away. Lu Xianfeng knew solemnly. Chapter 563. The Fiend of the Golden Water River was a human immortal who obtained a spatial inheritance by chance and became an immortal lord. However, this immortal did not walk the righteous path, but the evil one. He used immortals to refine pills to raise his cultivation level. After occupying the Golden Water River, this immortal did not leave. At first, the mid-stage immortal lord from the Skyriver Celestial Kingdom wanted to kill this fiend. However, the fiend set up a spatial formation here that even a mid-stage immortal lord couldn't take down. He wanted to call for a stronger immortal lord, but the fiend took the initiative to express his goodwill. He worked with the Skyriver Celestial Kingdom to refine immortals into pills. The fiend had a unique pill recipe that could speed up cultivation as long as there was an immortal as the main ingredient. The mid-stage immortal lord wasn't a good person either. After getting some immortal pills, he agreed on the spot. From then on, the Golden Water River town became the fiend's territory. Any immortal that entered would become fiend's food. The Skyriver Celestial Kingdom kept sending immortals over to refine pills. Skyriver Celestial Kingdom. Was this done by the immortal lord himself or by the Celestial Kingdom's idea? Jiang Changkong asked. The Skyriver Navy is the army of the Skyriver Celestial King. The Skyriver Celestial King must have been involved to mobilize the Skyriver Navy, Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Changkong sighed. Looks like the Skyriver Celestial Kingdom isn't a good person. Heavenly God, what should we do now? Jiang Ziyu asked. Lu Xianfeng looked at him. Jiang Changkong was the strongest here. It was up to him to decide what to do. If we can trap that fiend, I can kill it directly and solve the crisis of the Golden Water River town. Jiang Changkong pondered. The main problem is that there are too many folded spaces. It will be very troublesome to break through them. I have a way to trap that fiend, Lu Xianfeng said. What is it? The three of them asked. Lu Xianfeng took out a round plate that emitted a rich green light. This is a wood attribute immortal artifact, superior, 5th grade. It can form a space. Use me first, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Xianfeng passed it to him. I will activate it, but it's not very powerful. Heavenly God, you should feel it yourself. Jiang Changkong picked up the disc and poured his chaos divine power into it, causing it to glow brightly. A dark green world appeared and enveloped the four of them. The heavenly deity's chaos divine energy is truly miraculous. I thought that this disc would take some time to convert and waste a lot of divine energy, Lu Xianfeng said. It was very difficult for ordinary chaos divine energy to control treasures of other attributes. Jiang Changkong carefully sensed the structure of the 5 elemental immortal powers in the disc. Even his sun god fire could convert wood elemental immortal energy, but some of it would be wasted. With his chaos divine energy, there was nothing in the world that he could not control. Using a wood attribute treasure was not a problem. This immortal artifact's forging technique is exquisite and powerful. Jiang Changkong held the round plate in his hand and sensed the emerald space around him. If he were to use his full strength, not even an intermediate heavenly high immortal would be able to break through it. The sex treasure, the sex treasure. Lu Xianfeng smiled as a trace of pride unconsciously surfaced on his face. Oh, may I know who your sect is? Jiang Changkong and the other two asked curiously. The heavenly book did not reveal Lu Xuanfeng's sect, So Jiang Changkong thought that he was an itinerant immortal without a sect. But now, it seemed that Lu Xianfeng had a powerful background. To be able to hide from the heavenly secrets and guard against the heavenly book's detection, he had to be at least an immortal king. Lu Xianfeng said awkwardly, "It's better not to say, since I've already fallen to this state. It will only bring shame to my sect. I won't ask any more." Jiang Changkong put away the round plate and the emerald space disappeared. "What we need to do now is to enter and find the fiend." "Is there a way to lure the fiend out?" Jiang Ziyu pondered. "Wouldn't it be easier to leave the Golden Water River?" Jiang Changkong looked at Lu Xianfeng. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. "There's nothing I can do about it. In the past 30 years, other than the fiend coming out and capturing an immortal, it hasn't appeared again. Is there a fixed time for the Heavenly River Navy to come?" Jiang Zifen asked. "No, the Heavenly River Navy will come when we have enough immortals. There's no fixed time," Lu Xianfeng pondered. Jiang Changkong frowned. Was he going to use force? If they really fought, he really didn't think much of an early-stage immortal lord, even if the other party was a spatial law immortal lord. However, in terms of speed, even the Kuan Peng, known as the fastest in the immortal world, couldn't catch up to a spatial immortal lord of the same level. The other party had directly crossed space to escape. Plus, they had been operating in the Golden Water River for many years. Who knew how many escape routes they had left behind? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Changkong said, "What if it's a severely injured immortal lord?" "You plan to use yourself as bait, heavenly god?" Lu Xuanfeng's expression changed. Jiang Changkong nodded. "I believe that fiend won't be able to resist the temptation." "We can give it a try," Lu Xianfeng said. "But be careful, heavenly god." Jiang Changkong said, "There's no time to lose. We'll act tonight." Lu Xianfeng said again, "We won't be able to help in a battle between immortal lords. The three of us will protect the Golden Water Town." "All right," the other two nodded. After the discussion, the four sipped tea and waited for the sky to turn dark. Night fell quickly. Jiang Changkong came to the Golden Water River alone. His palm split open and chaos blood dripped down. His aura quickly weakened. Boom! A drop of blood crushed the space. The water of the Golden Water River boiled. Chaos blood dripped continuously. Jiang Changkong's chest split open and blood flowed out. The boiling water and collapsed space. At the bottom of the Golden Water River, a figure sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and saw a figure lying by the water. The figure's aura was extremely weak. Early stage immortal? How can immortal blood be so powerful? The figure frowned with a trace of doubt. The power of the immortal blood was no weaker than an early stage immortal lord. Moreover, the figure gave him a dangerous aura. The Golden Water River. My ferocious name has long spread. How can this person fall by the river coincidentally? The figure sneered and closed his eyes, ignoring Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong was very patient. The immortal blood flowed for a while before it stopped and his injuries began to heal. Although his injuries had healed, his aura was still weak. A night passed. There was no movement from the Golden Water River. Jiang Changkong did not move. Only his chest rose and fell slightly. His breathing was weak. Another day passed. The Golden Water River was still calm. The fiend still did not come out. Jiang Changkong's complexion turned ruddy, and his injuries improved. Until the third night, the Golden Water River was still calm. A figure holding a divine sword approached carefully and said, "This person's aura is extremely strong. If I save him, he should be able to bring me out of this place and even slay the fiend demon." In the space, the fiend demon suddenly opened his eyes and a fierce glint burst out. If he really saved a powerful immortal lord, he was not afraid. However, there was a high chance that the immortal lord would break the Golden Water Town's restrictions and take away all his rations. Jiang Changkong, who was lying on the ground, sensed that the person was Lu Xianfeng. Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Lu Xianfeng became anxious. If this move did not work, he could only wait for the Heavenly River Navy to come. Just as he was about to come into contact with Jiang Changkong, an invisible force expanded and engulfed the two of them. Chapter 564. It was a special space that was empty and transparent like glass. The space was very sturdy, and even an early-stage immortal lord wouldn't be able to break it. Lu Xianfeng didn't feel anything because the situation outside was still the same. Jiang Changkong, who had been pretending to be unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and released a ferocious aura. Crack! Cracks started to appear in the space. Lu Xuanfeng's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Fiend! Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold. Do what you need to do, and don't bother me. I'll leave. As soon as he said that, the void cracked and the surrounding space shattered. Lu Xuanfeng's face was solemn. He was worried that Jiang Changkong would scare the fiend away. Good strength. I'll allow you to leave, but you can't bring anyone with you. A cold voice came from the Golden Water River. Good. Jiang Changkong harumphed coldly and turned to leave. Buzz! All of a sudden, the void tightened and an invisible force shrank. Jiang Changkong started to walk, but he was actually standing on the spot. It seems like you're really injured. You didn't even sense my true strength. A cold voice rang out, and the space around him rapidly shrank. It was as if walls were about to crush him to death. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed, and he punched at the shrinking space. Crack! When the fist landed, the void shattered and collapsed. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. You're the one who provoked me first. When I recover from my injuries, I'll bring everyone from the Golden Water Town out. What a powerful immortal body. You've completely piqued my interest. A sinister laughter could be heard as the illusionary space continued to press down on Lin Fan. Get lost. Dirty ants should just hide in the filthy ground. Jiang Changkong harumphed coldly and punched continuously, shattering the space. The fiend stopped talking and weaved space after space to weaken Lin Fan's strength. Jiang Changkong frowned. He lifted Lu Xianfeng with his left hand and punched out. Buzz! The void fluctuated and a black evil light flashed. A palm shot towards Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong hurriedly raised his palms. With a bang, his body staggered backward. A black figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. An incarnation wants to stop me? Jiang Changkong snorted. The energy inside his body exploded, and a boundless amount of godly energy poured out. Crack! Wherever the divine might pass, space was unable to endure it, and the constructed space quickly crumbled. The incarnation blocking the way also dissipated. However, Jiang Changkong was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was cold. You can't escape. The sinister voice rang out again as black figures appeared in all directions, all of them unleashing palm strikes at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious as he used his chaos divine power to protect his body. Boom! The palm force landed one after another, all of them real attacks. This was the strangeness of spatial martial artists. They moved through space, fast to the limit, leaving behind streak after streak of attacks. Those of the same level couldn't block them at all. Buzz! A green light bloomed from Jiang Changkong's body and instantly spread, enveloping all the black figures. Chaos divine power surged, and the divine might was like a prison. Boundless chaos divine power manifested and evolved within it. The monstrous chaos divine power shattered the attacks one after another. Everywhere it passed, the black figures dissipated, leaving only a real figure. You deliberately lured me out? The fiend said coldly. This deity thought that it failed. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, but now it seems that it succeeded. You? The black figure raised his head, slightly. It was a young face with a hint of demonic aura. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and sent Lu Xianfeng out. Boundless chaos divine power surged behind him. I don't need one move to kill you. Ever since I cultivated the spatial laws and became a space immortal lord, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. The young immortal lord smiled coldly and his figure dissipated. Even in this narrow space, I can create endless space. Boom! The boundless chaos divine power behind Jiang Changkong suddenly exploded, and boundless chaos chi filled the entire dark green space. Crackling sounds rang out continuously as space shattered one after another. The chaotic air currents were like divine dragons that could destroy the world, destroying simple and crude spaces one after another. There is no space before the chaos divine power. The boundless chaos divine power squeezed the fiend's living space. Buzz! Suddenly a dangerous aura came. A black light mixed with silvery white light tore through the chaos divine power and slashed down. It was like the Lord of Space had transformed into a spatial law. There seemed to be an endless space in front of Jiang Changkong. Clang! The black and silvery white light landed, and a mysterious azure light appeared on Jiang Changkong's body. The black and silvery white light dissipated, and the demonic face had a hint of shock and confusion. His invincible spatial power couldn't break through the opponent's azure light. I said that I don't need one move to kill you. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, when the chaos divine power fills this space, it will be your death. Who are you? I have no grudge with you. Why are you looking for trouble with me? The demonic young man retreated and put some distance between them. Layers of space appeared to block the chaos divine power. Heavenly God of Justice, I enforce the law on behalf of the heavens. Jiang Changkong's heavenly eyes slowly opened. You are sentenced to death. Heavenly God of Justice. The demonic young man's face turned cold. A black sword appeared in his hand, and the spatial law appeared again. Buzz! The heavenly eye shone, and the chaotic divine power shot out. The black sword shattered, and the demonic young man's body trembled. His body turned into specks of light and started to dissipate. The chaotic divine power rushed into the demonic young man's body and searched his soul before he died. The spatial cultivation method, comprehension of the spatial law, and the secret of the Golden Water River all flowed into his mind. The spatial cultivation method was incomplete. It was originally a top-tier immortal sutra, but it could only be considered high-grade now. Jiang Changkong wasn't in the mood to learn it. Apart from being strange and good at escaping, there was nothing special about the spatial law. This space immortal sutra wasn't of much help to him, and it would waste his energy to complete it. However, the secret of the Golden Water River piqued his interest. He put away the disc, and the green space disappeared. Lu Xianfeng hurried forward. Heavenly God, is it over? That fiend has been reduced to ashes. Call them up. I'll bring you to the bottom of the Golden Water River to have a look, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Xianfeng nodded and sent a message to Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng. They soon arrived and said respectfully, Heavenly God, let's go. I'm sure you haven't seen the thing at the bottom of the Golden Water River before. Jiang Changkong led them into the Golden Water River. After searching their souls, he already knew how to go through the thousands of spaces here. What is it that Heavenly God is so sure that we haven't seen it before? The three immortals were even more curious. Lu Xianfeng had a strange look on his face. I've traveled far and wide for many years. I've even seen immortal kings. What haven't I seen? Have you guys seen a dead immortal emperor before? Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. A dead immortal emperor? The three of them were dumbfounded. Immortal emperors were supreme existences. Even an immortal king could rule over a country. In the heavenly court, they had a high status. There probably weren't many immortal emperors in the heavenly court. They couldn't even see a living one, let alone a dead one. Of course, it's not a complete body. It's just a head, Jiang Changkong said. It can behead an immortal emperor. The three of them were even more shocked. Jiang Changkong said, according to the fiend's memories, this immortal emperor was beheaded in one move. The wound was very smooth. Chapter 565. Thousands of folded spaces finally gathered in a cave at the bottom of the river. There was an alchemy cauldron, some immortal stones, and a head inside. The golden skull had a smooth wound. Apparently, it had been chopped off in one strike. A faintly discernible pressure caused the four of them to feel pressured. Jiang Changkong was still fine, but the three late-stage divine immortals were breathing heavily. The skull in front of them seemed to have turned into a supreme emperor that suppressed the world. A golden light spread out from the immortal emperor's head and enveloped the four of them. Jiang Changkong circulated his chaotic divine power and enveloped the three of them. Phew! The three heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know when, but they were already drenched in cold sweat. It was just a skull, but it gave them a pressure that they couldn't look up to. An azure light shone on Jiang Changkong's body as he resisted the immortal emperor's pressure. An immortal emperor's head is so terrifying. If the immortal emperor was alive, they probably wouldn't be able to take a look. He was no different from an ant. Such a powerful existence was actually beheaded. Could it be an immortal sovereign? Jiang Ziyu guessed. I don't know. It's been too long. We don't even know the name of this immortal emperor. Lu Xianfeng shook his head and looked at the immortal emperor's head. We can keep this thing and forge an immortal artifact in the future. Using an immortal artifact's head to forge an artifact would definitely be a great weapon. If he had the corresponding materials, he could even forge a grade 7 immortal emperor artifact. Jiang Changkong went forward and picked up the immortal emperor's head. It was as heavy as a mountain. Even with his strength, he felt strained. Furthermore, there was a stream of pure immortal power contained within the head. Ordinary spatial equipment wouldn't be able to store the immortal emperor's head. He shook his head and gave up. I can't take the immortal emperor's head with me. Then I won't hold back. Lu Xianfeng swallowed his saliva and went forward to take the immortal emperor's head. You have a way. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng were shocked. This was the immortal emperor's head. Even Jiang Changkong couldn't take it with him. How could Lu Xianfeng, who was as strong as them, take it? Jiang Changkong put away the immortal stones. There weren't many of them, but they were of good quality. 150 pieces, all peak rank 4. These immortal stones were given to the evil demons by the Heavenly River Navy. They were too low, and the evil demons didn't care about them. As for immortal monarchs, they were rare even in the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. How could they give them to him? Jiang Changkong opened the alchemy furnace, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Mist rose up, and there were a few golden pills inside, but most of them were dregs of unrefined pills. Previously, the evil devil had been concocting pills, and this furnace of pills had yet to be completed. The pills were all golden pills, but Jiang Changkong was not interested in them. Firstly, it was refined by an immortal. Secondly, the quality of the golden core was too low, so it was of no help to him. Searching through the nefarious demon's memories, Jiang Changkong entered the interior of the cave. Inside, there was a dimension created by the nefarious demon. There were a few immortals and demons imprisoned here, but they were already corpses. The golden pill that the nefarious devil had refined earlier was also placed in the void. The nefarious devil had opened up quite a number of spaces in this cave abode. Lu Xianfeng, can you do it? Jiang Ziyu's voice rang out. Jiang Zifen also said, if you can't, then forget it. If you can't take the things you can't take away, you can come back in the future when you have the strength. I'm definitely fine. Lu Xianfeng wrapped the immortal emperor's head with a yellow cloth and moved it with great effort. However, no matter how hard he tried, his face was flushed red. He pushed his immortal power to the limit, but he couldn't move it at all. What immortal artifact is this yellow cloth? Jiang Changkong glanced at the yellow cloth. There were all sorts of mysterious patterns engraved on it, emitting golden light. Lu Xianfeng had many good things on him. First, it was the disc, and now there was a mysterious yellow cloth. This yellow cloth is a treasure that I obtained by chance. It contains a space, Lu Xianfeng said with great effort. It can be considered an incomplete immortal emperor treasure, but it's strange today. With that said, he let go and panted. An incomplete immortal emperor treasure should be able to store an immortal emperor's head. However, he couldn't take it away at all. Stop bragging. An immortal emperor treasure? Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng didn't believe it at all. Jiang Changkong walked over. Let me try again. Please. Lu Xianfeng quickly took 2 steps back. An azure light flashed in Jiang Changkong's palm. He pressed on the skull, wrapped in the yellow cloth, and lifted it up. The immortal emperor's head slowly rose. Jiang Changkong held his breath, and his muscles bulged like a dragon. Gray, chaos divine, power bloomed from his body and fused with the azure light. Huff! Jiang Changkong suddenly let go and said while gasping for breath, I suspect that your immortal artifact is fake. Impossible, it's a genuine, incomplete, 7th grade immortal artifact. Lu Xianfeng frowned. Is there something wrong with the immortal emperor's head? In the evil demon's memory, the immortal emperor's head can't be moved. Every once in a while, it will spit out a special immortal energy. Jiang Changkong searched the evil demon's memory and said, there might be something wrong with the immortal emperor's head. What kind of energy is it? Heavenly God, can you be more specific? Lu Xianfeng asked. It's purer and of a higher grade than the immortal world's energy. It can also help the evil demon understand the laws of the immortal Tao. Jiang Changkong said, furthermore, that special immortal aura can even improve the immortal physique. It's of a higher grade than the immortal world's energy. It can help me understand the laws and improve the immortal body. Lu Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. He looked at the skull excitedly. Do you know what it is? Jiang Changkong asked. I'm not sure. Lu Xianfeng looked at the skull's eye sockets. Heavenly God, can you help me see if there's something engraved in the skull? Jiang Changkong quickly went forward and filled his eyes with chaos energy to see what was inside the skull. There were many tiny runes engraved inside. If he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't be able to see them. There is. I'll send you the information. Jiang Changkong sent the information to Lu Xianfeng. Lu Xianfeng became more excited as he digested the information. His body trembled. Heavenly God, you're really lucky. No, we're the lucky ones. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us, Jiang Ziyu urged. Lu Xianfeng stroked his goatee and calmed down. If I'm not wrong, there should be another dimension hidden here that even the evil demon didn't notice. Oh! The 3 were curious. That energy should be connate spiritual energy. Lu Xianfeng came to the skull, and a green light appeared in his hand. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, the green light drew an outline in the void, turning into a small dark green tree that took root on the skull. The roots extended and extended into the skull. Rays of dark green light poured into the mysterious patterns. Buzz! The skull suddenly enlarged and swallowed the 4 of them. The space around him changed, and surges of pure energy automatically flowed into his body. The 3 deities' auras slowly strengthened. Jiang Changkong felt his chaos divine power, the green light in his body, and the laws of chaos become active. Streams of clear and transparent air currents filled the surroundings, almost condensing into liquid. Connate spiritual energy. Such dense connate spiritual energy. Lu Xianfeng breathed in deeply. I didn't expect to discover connate spiritual energy in my lifetime. Chapter 566. The mysterious space was no more than 1,000 feet wide, but there was a bamboo forest as thick as an adult's arm. There were rocks everywhere in the green bamboo forest. The Khanate spirit chi was so thick that it condensed into mist. Apart from the jade bamboo, there were no other plants. Khanate spirit chi was formed when the celestial world was created. In the current celestial world, celestial chi could only be considered postnatal spirit chi. In the primordial era, countless celestial gods and races were born from heaven and earth. They were called Khanate gods. Khanate gods were extremely powerful. They were born or transformed, and the weakest among them was a human immortal. Those with great talent could transform into celestial gods or even immortal lords. In that era, humans hadn't been born yet. The celestial world was ruled by all races. The monster court rose in that era. The monster emperor and monster emperor were all little immortals who worked hard until the monster court was established. At the end of the primordial era, the Khanate gods fought and destroyed the celestial world. From then on, the Khanate spirit chi was lost and transformed into postnatal spirit chi. Only the monster court sealed the Khanate spirit chi and established the heavenly world. The lower world was called the Earth Immortal World. In the primordial era, Khanate spirit chi was almost non-existent. The new heavenly court didn't have much Khanate spirit chi either. When the heavenly court left, Khanate spirit chi became a legend. They didn't expect to see Khanate spirit chi here. Unfortunately, this space is too small, and the Khanate spirit chi is too little. Lu Xianfeng shook his head and sighed. If this space was bigger and there was more Khanate spirit chi, these jade bamboos might have gained sentience and become Khanate gods. If we cultivate in seclusion here, will we be able to become immortal lords? Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng asked excitedly. Jiang Changkong felt the Khanate spirit chi enter his body. There were no changes. It doesn't seem to be of much help to me. Heavenly gods have a strong foundation. We might not be able to see it in a short time. Lu Xianfeng walked towards the jade bamboos. If we stay here for a few hundred or 1,000 years, we will definitely improve. Forget it. It's too long. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Lu Xuanfeng's expression was solemn. Heavenly gods, we can't rely on the heavenly Tao too much. What we cultivate is what we have. Jiang Changkong nodded. I understand. Let's take a look first. The 4 of them entered the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was not big, and there were not many jade bamboos inside. There were only about 100 of them. However, the jade bamboo in the forest surprised Jiang Changkong. These jade bamboos were so strong that even immortals would find it difficult to destroy them. These jade bamboos can be chopped up and refined into top-notch grade for immortal weapons, Jiang Ziyu said. Lu Xianfeng smiled and pointed at the jade bamboos. These jade bamboos have reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade. With some other materials, they can be used to craft a 5th grade immortal weapon. Jiang Changkong's chaos divine energy spread out, and the situation of the bamboo forest appeared in his line of sight. Essence, energy, and spirit. 220,000. Do you want to withdraw it? A small puddle of water appeared in Jiang Changkong's chaotic force. It was a jade-green liquid that contained terrifying energy. A drop of the liquid was enough for a deity to digest for a long time. It could be extracted directly. Jiang Changkong's expression didn't change. He used his chaotic force to collect the liquid and extract its energy. Lu Xianfeng brought the 2 of them around the forest. Very soon, they found the jade liquid puddle. There was a small jade bamboo here. It was as thick as a thumb and emitted a dark green radiance. There should be primordial spirit liquid here. Why isn't there? Lu Xianfeng frowned and looked at the puddle with a hint of confusion. Primordial spirit liquid was a liquid formed from Khanate spirit chi that contained abundant energy. This jade bamboo is strange. Jiang Changkong looked at the jade bamboo. It was very fragile and could probably be broken by a sky immortal. This should be the Jade Bamboo King. It has cultivated the origin. What a pity. Lu Xianfeng looked at the jade bamboo for a moment and shook his head. What's a pity? The three of them were curious. Lu Xianfeng said, the other jade bamboos are all tough and refined with spirit qi. This jade bamboo is the opposite. The toughness of the material is weakening. Isn't it too small? It hasn't grown up yet. Jiang Zifan was puzzled. This is definitely the only thin bamboo in the entire bamboo forest. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. This thin bamboo should be absorbing spirit qi and storing it to cultivate the origin, just like how we cultivate. This jade bamboo has gained sentience. It's just instinct, not sentience. If this puddle had primordial spirit liquid and the jade bamboo king absorbed it, it might have gained sentience and become a Khanate god. But there isn't any primordial spirit liquid. It's impossible for the Jade Bamboo King to transform just by absorbing Khanate spirit qi. Lu Xianfeng explained. Jiang Changkong glanced at the Jade Bamboo King. What a pity. Is there no other way? Yes. I need the heavenly god's chaos divine power to combine with my 5 elements transformation and the Khanate spirit qi here. Lu Xianfeng pondered. But that would require a huge amount of energy. I don't know if the heavenly god can handle it. We can try, Jiang Changkong said. After all, he was the one who took the primordial spirit liquid. It's just a piece of bamboo that doesn't even have intelligence. The heavenly deity is too kind, right? Jiang Ziyu said. The heavenly god is kind. Lu Xianfeng bowed. If it were me, I would save it too. Jiang Changkong smiled and didn't say anything. He was just making it up to them. He would just treat it as exchanging for the primordial spirit liquid. Lu Xianfeng started setting up the array and looked at the 2 deities. Other than this bamboo king, cut the rest of the bamboos and make them into immortal artifacts. Didn't you just say it's kind? The 2 were shocked. That's for the ones that can give birth to spirit qi. The rest of the bamboos can only be used as materials. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. The 2 deities didn't say anything else and went to cut the bamboos. Jiang Changkong watched as he set up the array. There were all kinds of mysterious patterns that attracted Khanate spirit qi. To be honest, he couldn't understand it, but he could learn it. There was a new line on the data. 5 elements transformation array. Beginner 0/300 without learning it. This array was useless to him. Lu Xianfeng, on the other hand, had an extraordinary background. Could he be from one of the 2 celestial sects? If he was, he could only be from the Zhenyuan celestial sect. Thinking of this, he asked, is the Zhenyuan celestial sect doing well? Lu Xuanfeng's body trembled. I really can't hide it from you, heavenly god. I'm indeed from the Zhenyuan celestial sect. You've taken out too many treasures, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Also, not everyone knows about Khanate spirit qi. Lu Xianfeng said as he set up the array, the Zhenyuan celestial sect is passed down from the ancestor of the earth immortals, Patriarch Zhenyuan. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the heavenly court. I hope you won't mind. The heavenly court has nothing to do with me, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Lu Xianfeng was taken aback. Aren't you the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice? Jiang Changkong shrugged his shoulders and explained the matter to him. Lu Xianfeng was shocked and then angry. The heavenly court is such a B** starred. It's far worse than the ancient heavenly court and the primordial Fey court. It doesn't matter. I'm the heavenly law enforcement god of heaven, not the heavenly court, Jiang Changkong said. But the heavenly Tao has completely recovered. You still have to return to the heavenly court. Lu Xianfeng frowned. Jiang Changkong shook his head and didn't say anything. Chapter 5:67. He didn't know how long it would take for the heavenly laws to recover. By then, the heavenly laws might not be able to tolerate him. It was highly possible that the heavenly laws would kill him, or he might be so powerful that the heavenly laws would be wary of him and go their separate ways. Jiang Changkong believed that he would be the final winner of this race. The heavenly laws couldn't compare to his ability to level up. After half a day, Lu Xianfeng finished setting up the array and asked Jiang Changkong to pour his chaotic divine energy into it. Jiang Changkong poured his chaos divine energy into the formation. Together with his Xiantian spiritual energy, they all gushed into the Bamboo King. Jiang Changkong's foundation was strong, but it couldn't withstand the Bamboo King's absorption. In less than an hour, the energy in his body was almost depleted. Fortunately, there was still a lot of energy left in the immortal pill left by the old lord. Jiang Changkong continued to pour his chaotic divine energy into the Bamboo King. In the end, he swallowed another pill. Buzz! The law of chaos in his body vibrated, and a wisp of the law of chaos entered the Bamboo King. What was that? Lu Xianfeng was taken aback. Rumble! The space within 100 feet shook, and the green bamboo swayed as connate spirit energy surged over. The dense connate spirit energy formed a huge vortex above the Bamboo King. Lu Xuanfeng's face was filled with shock. The heavenly god's technique can draw the connate spiritual energy here. It's an accident. I just wanted to help a little more, Jiang Changkong said. Buzz! The Bamboo King swayed, and a gust of wind blew. Rays of golden light appeared under Jiang Changkong's feet. This is... Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Connate spirit stones, Lu Xianfeng said excitedly. There are connate spirit stones here. Essence, energy, and spirit. Plus 100, plus 400, plus 1,000. The rays of golden light were connate spirit stones. Some were similar to 4th grade immortal stones, while others were comparable to 5th grade immortal stones. I've underestimated the Bamboo King. Looks like it's not just instinct. It actually knows how to be grateful. Lu Xianfeng bowed to the Bamboo King and carefully hung a jade token on it. If you can transform, take this token and go to the Zhenyuan celestial sect. After that, Lu Xianfeng and Jiang Changkong dug up the connate spirit stones together. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Xian also came back, chopping a dozen or so bamboos. With the help of the other two, the 4 of them were able to dig out the innate spirit stone very quickly. There were not many of them, only 53 in total. 1 rank, 5, and 6 peak rank 4. As for the rest, Jiang Changkong did not pay much attention to them. They were divided among the 3 of them. These things are not bad, I guess. Jiang Changkong put away the 7 spirit stones, not caring much about them. Essence, Qi, and spirit were no different from immortal stones. Heavenly God, you should know how precious innate spiritual energy is. These innate spirit stones can be considered precious treasures. There are only a few of them in the immortal world, but they are definitely rare. Lu Xianfeng kept it carefully. No matter how rare it is still useless to me. It is not even as useful as 100 immortal stones. Jiang Changkong said. Lu Xianfeng immediately said, then it's a deal. I'll contact the sect once we leave this place, and you can sell it to me for 100 immortal stones. Jiang Changkong, 100 is a little too little. Give me more. The 4 of them divided the bamboos for each. After that, Lu Xianfeng set up another formation, and the golden skull appeared again, swallowing them. The 4 of them returned to the cave, and the skull returned to its original state. All right, the matter is settled. We can leave now, Lu Xianfeng said as he stretched. Not yet. There is still an immortal lord, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The heavenly god wants to take down that mid-stage immortal lord. Lu Xuanfeng's expression changed. Yes, the fiend has a way to contact him. I can send him a message. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, you can hide first. Lend me your disc again. Mid-stage immortal lord? How confident are you? The 3 asked. 100%, Jiang Changkong said confidently. His combat power was not weak, and he also had the 5 forms of split the heavens. He already had more than 2. 3 million spirit stones. How could he let go of a sinful immortal lord? The three of them stopped persuading him. Lu Xianfeng handed the disc to him. Jiang Changkong sent a message to the immortal lord and received a reply very quickly. Half a day passed. All that was left was to wait patiently. Jiang Changkong sent them to Golden Water Town and waited in the cave abode. Jiang Changkong transformed into a fiend and restored the cave to its original state. Time passed bit by bit. Half a day passed quickly. The Heavenly River Navy arrived at Golden Water Town. The middle-aged man in the lead had an unfathomable aura. All of you scram. The Heavenly River Navy walked on the streets like crabs. All the townspeople fled back into their houses in fear. The 10-man team was all heaven immortals. They surrounded the middle-aged man and headed for Golden Water River. When they arrived at the Golden Water River, the middle-aged immortal lord frowned slightly. The space here has decreased a little. Fortunately, the route hasn't changed. The middle-aged immortal lord quickly traversed through space with the 10 Heavenly River Navy soldiers. Half an hour later, they walked out of space and arrived at the cave abode. Can't you arrange the shortest route for us to come here directly? The middle-aged immortal lord entered the cave abode with some dissatisfaction. Jiang Changkong did not say anything and continued to sit cross-legged. The middle-aged immortal lord walked over and said calmly, "Why did you refine it so quickly this time? We haven't even gathered all the materials." "Because." Jiang Changkong opened his mouth gently and slapped toward the middle-aged immortal lord. The heavenly eye on his glabella suddenly opened. The middle-aged immortal lord's expression changed. In a hurry, he could only use his immortal power to block. Boom! The chaotic palm landed, and the middle-aged immortal lord was sent flying while vomiting blood. The immortal blood collapsed the space in the void and shook the cave abode. The 10 heaven immortal soldiers turned into ashes before they could even scream. The chaotic heavenly eye shone and pierced through the immortal lord's body. Bang! The middle-aged immortal lord did not fly out of the cave abode. He crashed into the hard green light and bounced back. "Who are you?" The middle-aged immortal lord stood up and looked at the person in front of him with a dark expression. A long sword appeared in his hand. "Heavenly God of Justice, Jiang Changkong." Jiang Changkong's expression changed. "As for you, your strength is really not bad. You didn't get killed by the heavenly eye. What a heavenly God of justice. I didn't kill you, but you dared to scheme against me." The middle-aged immortal lord said coldly. Vast immortal Tao laws surged out, and the circular space trembled slightly. "Take my heaven-splitting art." Jiang Changkong raised his right palm, and the chaotic laws in his body manifested boundless primordial chaos. Green light surged into the chaotic laws and merged with the boundless primordial chaos, turning into a mysterious light. The entire circular space turned into dark primordial chaos. The mysterious light was like the first ray of light in the world, tearing through the primordial chaos, bringing hope and destruction. The move of heaven splitting earth was like an ancient existence waving a giant axe and destroying everything. The middle-aged immortal lord was horrified. The person in front of him was like a chaotic giant with a boundless divine body that tore through the primordial chaos. The immortal Tao laws dimmed in front of him. The immortal power in his body was extremely weak compared to the chaotic divine power. It was as if it had met its nemesis. The heaven-splitting giant was a supreme existence. At this moment, the immortal lord gave up struggling. The immortal Tao laws bowed their heads. Buzz! The move of heaven-splitting art slashed out. The divine sword turned into ashes and the body disappeared. Chapter 568. The disk space couldn't withstand it, and cracks started to appear. Fortunately, Jiang Changkong retracted his power in time and didn't damage the disk. If he used the sky-splitting art, the disk treasure would probably be destroyed. 50,000 heavenly powers and the immortal lord's essence, energy, and spirit. Jiang Changkong didn't forget to search the immortal lord's soul. There were many immortal stones in the immortal lord's spatial equipment. This guy also guarded a 4th-grade mine, and because he worked with the fiends, he killed many immortals and was extremely rich. He opened the spatial treasure, and pieces of immortal stones appeared. 4th-grade immortal stones, 500 mid-grade, 300 high-grade, and 100 top-grade. 5th-grade immortal stones, 50 low-grade and 6 mid-grade. 292,000, including the heavenly powers. It broke through 340,000. The 10 Sky Immortal Navy was only a fraction. He was less than 20,000 away from 2,700,000 essence, energy, and spirit points. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment, and his chaotic divine power exploded, destroying the cave and burying the immortal emperor's head. Jiang Changkong didn't destroy the space outside. After destroying the Sky River Navy, the people of Golden Water Town would probably have to move. He left the Golden Water River and found the 3 of them, Heavenly God. The 3 of them were overjoyed to see him. They were worried about Jiang Changkong's safety. It's settled. We're leaving. Think of a way to move the Golden Water Town so that the Sky River Celestial Kingdom won't take it out on them, Jiang Changkong said. Don't worry, I'll leave a mark. The Sky River Celestial Kingdom shouldn't dare to make things difficult for them, Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Changkong nodded. The Zhenyuan Celestial Sect was famous and should be able to shake the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. Then I'll go break the seal first. Jiang Changkong flew into the air, and his chaotic divine power surged into the sky. Sky-splitting art. The mysterious light appeared again, and everywhere it passed, the hidden space was destroyed. Without the fiend's reinforcement, the space was extremely fragile. The seal covering the Golden Water Town was broken. The hidden space above the Golden Water River was a bit troublesome. However, it shouldn't be a problem to fight a way out. Lu Xianfeng and the other 2 set up everything and flew into the air. Let's go. Jiang Changkong led them across the Golden Water River. His chaos divine power morphed into a divine dragon and swept across the river. The hidden space was constantly being destroyed, and the sound of muffled thunder rang in the air, attracting the attention of the people of Golden Water Town. There were also some immortals who flew out of Goldwater Town and left this place. Just like Lu Xianfeng, they had mistakenly entered this place and were trapped until now. Half an hour later, Jiang Changkong led them across the Golden Water River. This fiend demon is truly powerful. He actually managed to set up so many spaces, Jiang Changkong said. With his current strength, he could traverse thousands of miles in half an hour. However, he had only crossed the Golden Water River. Since this fiend demon is building a nest here, it's only natural for it to be safer. Jiang Ziyu said, unfortunately, he encountered a heavenly god, so he deserved to suffer this calamity. Jiang Changkong descended from the sky and said, Lu Xianfeng, I still have to send them to the great wilderness. Why don't we part ways here? Let's go together. I'm also wandering around without a fixed place to stay, Lu Xianfeng said. Besides, I want to buy your immortal stones. This. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng hesitated. Is there a problem? Although I'm not strong enough, I have some tricks up my sleeves, Lu Xianfeng said hurriedly. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and said, since that's the case, let's go together. Lu Xianfeng had many tricks up his sleeves. Being from the Zhenyuan immortal sect, he knew many secrets. He might even be of use in the Yazi Dao ground. Seeing that he agreed, Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng didn't say anything else. Jiang Changkong led them away on a cloud. Do you know if there are any fiends nearby? I'll kill them all. He was only 20,000 away from breaking through, which meant that there were only 2 immortals. He couldn't wait to kill the 2 immortals and fiends. I remember there's a peak immortal fiend that eats living beings that pass by. I wonder if it's still there, Lu Xianfeng said. Let's go and see. Jiang Changkong sped up and arrived at the place Lu Xianfeng mentioned in a few minutes. He slowed down. Jiang Changkong looked like an early-stage immortal, while the three were late-stage immortals. If that fiend was still there, he would definitely attack. After flying for a while, a gust of evil wind blew towards Jiang Changkong. "Looks like it's still here," Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Changkong smiled and opened his heavenly eye. Gray divine light shone on the evil wind. "Arg!" A shrill scream sounded, and a weasel appeared in the evil wind. "Great immortal, please spare me, please spare me!" The demon's body cracked, and drops of demon blood turned into ashes. "You deserve death," Jiang Changkong said coldly. The weasel dissipated immediately. Lu Xianfeng sighed. "What a waste! This can be made into a top-tier 4th-grade immortal artifact." Jiang Changkong didn't answer. After all, he still had 440 essence, energy, and spirit, although it wasn't as much as the power of heaven. "Let's go to his cave abode." Jiang Changkong brought them to the weasel's cave abode. The weasel killed immortals that passed by here, including immortals. There were still some immortal stones in his cave abode. In the cave abode, apart from immortal stones, there were some immortal artifacts. He didn't care about the immortal artifacts, so he threw them to the three of them. All the immortal stones belonged to him. There were no top-tier 4th-grade ones, only 26 high-grade ones and 63 mid-grade ones. 20400 essence, energy, and spirit. That was enough for him to break through. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong said, "I suddenly had an epiphany and will enter seclusion here. Wait outside." "Okay." The three of them nodded and left. Jiang Changkong used Chaos Divine Power to seal the cave and began to improve. First, he perfected the 4th Revolution Mystic Art. Then his 2 martial arts and chaotic Tao body leveled up at the same time. Boom! There was an explosion in Jiang Changkong's mind. The chaos laws transformed and the green light fused into the laws. The sun laws released terrifying heat, and the entire cave began to melt. A noble aura emanated from the chaos laws and the sun laws. Jiang Changkong saw boundless laws bowing down before the primal chaos and the laws of the sun. Thousands of laws. I am the Lord. This was the immortal Lord, the Lord of the immortal Tao. Below the immortal Lord, all laws submitted. A unique suppressive force spread out. If a deity was here, they could only prostrate themselves. At the immortal Lord realm, the 5 styles of splitting the heavens appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind again. Before breaking through the chaos and creating a new world, everything seemed weak. Only that supreme, immeasurable, and eternal existence could be considered truly invincible. The witch race's 5 styles of splitting the heavens was derived from Pengu. It was very compatible with his mystic art. The green light and laws fused as one. Everything in his body condensed into one. This was the strongest state. A noble aura spread out naturally. The Lord that walked between heaven and earth ruled over the changes of laws. The weak lived. Jiang Changkong finally understood that the immortal Lord realm could expel the opponent's laws and suppress them. The prerequisite was that the opponent was much weaker than him. His 4th Revolution mystic art and chaotic Tao body were too powerful. The suppression of an immortal Lord was useless against him. That was why he didn't feel anything. The transformation continued. Jiang Changkong tried his best to retract his power, but there was still some power that dissipated, causing the cave walls to dissipate and the space to expand. Lu Xianfeng and the other 2 did not go far. Even though he was suppressing his power, they could still feel the unique divine aura of an immortal Lord. That pressure, which was above that of an immortal, made their hearts heavy. The heavenly justice god had become an immortal Lord? Chapter 569. The boundless chaos returned to his body. The laws of the sun were also restrained. The azure light in his body nourished the laws of chaos. Jiang Changkong did not rush out of seclusion. He began to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cave was no longer recognizable. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and looked at his data. Jiang Changkong, early stage Immortal Lord, Divine Lord, 5th Revolution Mystic Art, Basic, 1/300,000 acquired Chaotic Tao Body, Basic, 1/300,000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, Basic, 1/37500 Essence Energy Spirit. 1751 The chaotic divine power surged in his body like a surging river. The heavenly eye on his forehead shone with a gray divine light, and its power increased. The chaotic divine power that sealed the cave dissipated. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the cave. Congratulations, Heavenly God. You've reached the early stage Divine Lord? The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't he already an immortal lord? Although he could kill immortal lords before, they did not feel the unique aura of an immortal lord from Jiang Changkong. They felt it in the past few days. Who knew that he would still be an early-stage divine lord? Was this a hidden technique? Yes, I've made some progress. I've reached the immortal lord level. As for my cultivation level, I've hidden it, Jiang Changkong said with a faint smile. The three heavenly gods were disgusted. This heavenly god of justice is too much. You're already so strong. What's the point of pretending to be weak? Let's go. Jiang Changkong swept them up with his chaotic divine power and left quickly. After breaking through to the high immortal realm, Jiang Changkong's speed increased by more than 10 times. He was much faster than any mid-stage immortal lord. Immortal Lord, the mark of the Golden Water Town has been activated, Lu Xianfeng said. Someone from the Sky River Celestial Kingdom. Jiang Changkong asked. Yes, we already know that it was you who killed the evil demon and the mid-stage immortal lord from the Sky River Celestial Kingdom, Lu Xianfeng said. I protected the Golden Water Town. The other party is Heavenly Water Celestial Lord. It's him. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng exclaimed. Is Tianshui Deity Lord very powerful? Asked Jiang Changkong. Jiang Ziyu said, in the Tianhe Celestial Kingdom, there are 4 peak immortal lords who are conferred the title of the 4 marshals. The Tianshui Immortal Lord is one of them. For marshals of the Divine River? Jiang Changkong sneered and sneered. You're not thinking of a way to destroy the evil demon, but you're coming to deal with me, the heavenly god of justice. This is the current immortal world. Without the heavenly Tao, there are no more restrictions. Lu Xianfeng sighed. You like the appearance of the heavenly axiom? You even reminded me not to rely too much on the power of heaven, said Jiang Changkong. Lu Xianfeng sighed. There are pros and cons to the heavenly Tao. It all depends on how you put it. Experts and geniuses hate the heavenly Tao. To me, it's fine as long as I don't hold a position in the heavenly court. If the heavenly Tao appears and the world is at peace, I will cultivate in seclusion. Once the heavenly Tao fully recovered, it would take complete control of the world of immortals. A new celestial emperor was chosen to unify the world of immortals. At that time, good and evil would be clearly distinguished. Even if the heavenly god of justice didn't appear, the evildoers would still suffer a tribulation. For some immortals, be it humans or monsters, as long as they broke through, they would face a lightning tribulation. With the existence of the heavenly Tao, ordinary immortals won't be able to live forever. When the 3 calamities appear, if they can avoid it, they can live for another 500 years. If they can't, they will die. As for mighty figures, their cultivation will also be restricted. Celestial emperors and celestial sovereigns will find it difficult to advance further. Lu Xianfeng explained. He knew a lot about the heavenly court and the Zhenyuan celestial sect. This was also why the celestial Darch was rejected when he invited the Zhenyuan celestial sect patriarch to join the heavenly court. They knew that entering the heavenly court was equivalent to cutting off their future. They would have to depend on the celestial Darch. Back then, the Earth Immortal ancestor, Zhenyuan Zi, was a Khanate great divine power. He lived in seclusion in the 5-village temple and played by himself. The Zhenyuan celestial sect had always inherited this. Only when the heavenly Tao disappeared did they come out to slay evil and roam the celestial world. If the heavenly Tao returned, they would close their sect and focus on cultivation. How much do you know about the sage realm? Jiang Changkong asked. In his memory, the chances of becoming a sage were slim. Jiang Changkong wasn't worried about himself. He was only worried about others who had reached the Tao realm. Everyone below the sage realm was an ant. This wasn't a joke. There are 2 types of sages in the sect. One is the primordial chaos sage, and the other is the heavenly Tao sage. The primordial chaos sage can roam the chaos and is eternal. The heavenly Tao sage relies on the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't die, the sage will never die. Lu Xianfeng explained. Jiang Changkong nodded and gestured for him to continue. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng didn't dare to interrupt. They had never come into contact with such secrets before. The primordial chaos sage relied on their own strength to become a sage. The heavenly Tao sage obtained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Their divine soul was entrusted to the heavenly Tao, and they had an indestructible body. The strength of the 2 types of sages depended on how they were compared. In the territory ruled by the heavenly Tao, the strength of the heavenly Tao sage would usually be stronger than the primordial chaos sage. But without the support of the heavenly Tao, the primordial chaos sage could defeat the heavenly Tao sage. If they wanted to develop in the celestial world, the heavenly Tao sage would be the best. If they wanted to leave the celestial world and roam the chaos, the primordial chaos sage would be the best. No matter which type of sage it was, ordinary immortals couldn't reach it. At the end, Lu Xianfeng said, if the heavenly God of justice can revive the heavenly Tao, he should be able to become an immortal lord or at least an immortal emperor. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xuanfeng's eyes turned red with envy. They had just seen the head of an immortal emperor. Just the pressure of a head wasn't something that immortals could withstand. It showed how powerful an immortal emperor was. Immortal emperor, immortal lord? It seems like the heavenly Tao is unwilling to give me a sage position, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The sage position is usually reserved for the heavenly emperor, Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Changkong sighed. He had expected this, but he didn't expect the heavenly Tao to give him a sage position. After talking for so long, Jiang Changkong finally asked something he was concerned about. Do you know when the heavenly Tao will revive? Lu Xianfeng thought deeply. I don't know the exact details. There are only some records in the sect. Please tell me. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and said solemnly, when all the heavenly Tao fragments are revived and all living beings in the celestial world listen to the voice of the Tao, Lu Xianfeng thought deeply. At that time, the heavenly Tao will truly return. Jiang Changkong frowned. There is no need. How about the heavenly court and celestial court fight it out? Lu Xianfeng whispered, is there a need? This is the return of the heavenly Tao, not the heavenly emperor. Jiang Changkong fell silent. The return of the heavenly Tao didn't seem to have much to do with the heavenly emperor. As long as the heavenly Tao fully revived, it would merge. The heavenly court, celestial court, and even the monster court would fight however they wanted to. The heavenly Tao was always high above and watched over the situation. Jiang Changkong fell silent. Jiang Ziyu and Jiang Zifen pulled Lu Xianfeng aside and asked. Of course, they were asking about the power of heaven and how to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention becoming a sage, they would be satisfied if they could become an immortal king in the future. During the conversation, the 2 of them also asked about Lu Xuanfeng's specific identity. After learning that he was a disciple of the Zhenyuan celestial sect, they became much more reserved. Heavenly God of justice, sometimes there is no need to be too anxious. Let nature take its course. Since the heavenly Tao has revived, its return is already unstoppable. Lu Xianfeng comforted. Heavenly God of justice, just wait patiently. The The heavenly Tao will not mistreat you just based on your performance during this period. Chapter 570. Lu Xianfeng thought that Jiang Changkong was really loyal to the heavenly Tao. He was comforted when he thought of the unfair treatment he had suffered in the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong wished that the heavenly Tao would return later, who would want the heavenly Tao to fully recover. Previously, he thought that the heavenly Tao would only return after these factions fought. Now, it didn't seem to be the case. No wonder the moon god left a message. If there was nowhere else to go to the underworld and become one with the heavenly Tao. However, to become one with the heavenly Tao, one had to be a peak immortal venerable. Even the heavenly Tao looked down on late-stage immortal venerables. Jiang Changkong sped up, hoping that the Yazi Dao ground could bring him some benefits. Buzz! A dark light suddenly came from below, and a giant mouth appeared in the sky. The giant mouth was 100 feet tall and had sharp fangs. It was suffused with the aura of laws. You're courting death. Jiang Changkong's heavenly eye opened, and a beam of light enveloped the giant mouth. Buzz! Under the gray divine light, the giant mouth rapidly shrank and turned into a colorful tiger. Its body stiffened and turned into ashes in fear. It was a peak immortal tiger demon. 10,000 heavenly powers were released. His essence, energy, and spirit were still at 10,000. If there was another immortal, demon, or immortal, his Golden Crow Immortal Sutra would be able to reach lesser mastery. This is the disadvantage of the heavenly Tao not existing. The demons are fearless and can do whatever they want. Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Zifen nodded. If the heavenly Tao exists, we wouldn't have been captured to be minors. You will hate the heavenly Tao in the future. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. That's in the future. The two of them didn't think much of it. They were only late-stage immortals. Under normal circumstances, they could do whatever they wanted, but that was only in the great wilderness, celestial kingdom. Once they left the great wilderness, celestial kingdom, who would recognize them? Not long ago, they were rescued by Jiang Changkong from the mine. Jiang Changkong understood Lu Xuanfeng's words. What was the point of not being able to advance for billions of years? By then, the immortals would probably go crazy. Since you want to obtain the recognition of heaven's power, then after returning to the great wilderness, develop well. Lu Xianfeng advised, it's useless now. When the heavenly Tao returns, the rewards and punishments will be decided. Who knows? There might even be mortals who become immortals. The two of them hurriedly nodded and humbly asked for advice. At the same time, they did not forget to look carefully at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong was the heavenly justice god, and their actions were simply stealing his business. You don't need to look at this deity. This deity is enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens. This deity will support it. Jiang Changkong said. The two heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xianfeng chuckled and started explaining to them what to do in the future. Jiang Changkong checked the direction and hurried on with all his might. This time, he didn't encounter any demons that were blind. Half an hour later, they could already see the area where the Yazi Dojo was located. Jiang Changkong soared through the air and brought him to their destination. The mountain wall was smooth and flat. This is the place, Jiang Changkong said. Heavenly God, Brother Lu, step back first. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng took a step forward, and the power of laws surged out. Their immortal power spread out and searched for the location. Jiang Changkong stood together with Lu Xianfeng and said calmly, You have accumulated a lot of merits by slaying demons now. When the heavenly Tao returns, your strength will also improve greatly. I don't know how to use the power of heaven to improve my cultivation level, but I can refine artifacts, Lu Xianfeng said calmly. Jiang Changkong looked at the two of them and continued to ask, Is it the legendary merit treasure that can kill people without karma? It seems like the heavenly justice god knows a lot. It's not that you don't have karma, but you have too much power of heaven, so some killing is nothing, Lu Xianfeng explained. What are they looking for? Lu Xianfeng asked after a short pause. The Yazi dojo, Jiang Changkong said. Since they were already here and were about to enter together, he couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore. Yazi, Lu Xianfeng murmured inside. What a pity for the dragon race. How much do you know about the dragon race? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Xianfeng was about to answer when Jiang Zifan said, Found it. The two of them ended the conversation and walked over. It was a small pit with many stones in it. Is there a way to enter? Jiang Changkong looked at the two of them. Wait for us to open it. A golden light appeared in Jiang Ziu's palm, and Jiang Zifan also shot out a golden light. The two lights intertwined and formed a projection of the Yazi. It looked like a wolf and was ferocious. Even though it was just a projection formed by golden light, it still gave people a sense of oppression. The Yazi projection rushed into the pit, and the pit cracked open. A blue light rushed out from the crack. The azure light morphed into a divine dragon and swept them up into the pit. The cracked pit returned to its original state. There was no change compared to before. Jiang Changkong and the other three rode the water dragon and entered a blue world. The water dragon brought them to a huge blue stone door and dissipated. Jiang Ziu and Lu Xianfeng felt around the blue stone door and pressed on a protrusion. Rumble. The blue stone door opened and 5 cold lights flew out towards the 4 of them. Jiang Changkong's figure flashed, and he stood in front of the 2 of them, turning his chaos divine power into a barrier. Clang! With a crisp sound, 5 daggers fell to the ground. Are these grade for immortal artifacts? Jiang Changkong was surprised. The 5 daggers were all immortal artifacts. Lu Xianfeng took them and looked at them carefully. Superior grade 4. They should be used to form an immortal array. Added together, they are stronger than a top grade 4. Here, Jiang Changkong threw them to Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng. He didn't need any weapons. His body was his strongest weapon. Lu Xianfeng had a lot of good stuff, so he looked down on these. If he could return to the East Sea at will, he might leave the weapons behind and give them to the Dragon King and Ao Qingyu. But now that he was exiled, he didn't know who would benefit in the end, even if he gave them back. Maybe the Heavenly Court would take them away right after he gave them to them. There was a wide passage in front of them. It was 4 meters wide and 6 meters tall. Jiang Changkong walked in front with the 3 behind him. There were many carvings on the walls of the passage, all of them of the sea race. Lu Xianfeng could understand the language of the dragon race. The ancient dragon race was so powerful back then. Lu Xianfeng looked at the wall and sighed. There were countless prawn soldiers and crab generals on the wall. The ancient dragon race occupied the 4 seas and ruled the celestial world sea race. It could be said that the dragon race was in charge of places with water in the celestial world in the ancient era. The wall recorded the glory of the dragon race. The further they went, the more ancient the history of the dragon race. In the beginning of the ancient era, the celestial Darch personally invited the dragon race to the heavenly peach banquet. They walked to the corner of the passage. The wall depicted the heavenly peach banquet. That must be the moon goddess. Jiang Ziyu suddenly pointed at a dancing fairy in a white dress. Her face was covered by a veil. Her figure was slim, and there was moonlight around her. You have sharp eyes. How do you know that? Lu Xianfeng said. I only know one moon goddess. Jiang Ziyu blushed. Jiang Changkong. He was also a pervert. If he was in the ancient era, he would probably fight with Zhu Beiji. Chapter 571. Wait, this is the Yazi dojo. Why are they talking about the moon god? Jiang Changkong looked at the other murals. Let's not talk about the moon god. I really can't. Lu Xianfeng looked at the murals and said, according to historical records, the moon god had a good relationship with the ancient dragons. Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. Their relationship is very good? Back in the mortal world, the Dragon King purposely left an extra Tai in saber. This is the Saturn Peach Banquet. Only those who are famous in the celestial world are qualified to participate, said Lu Xianfeng. This is Patriarch Shan Yuanzi. Let's go. Zhang Changkong walked forward. Lu Xianfeng quickly reached out to stop Zhang Changkong. Wait, let me take a look first. Lu Xianfeng quickly stopped Zhang Changkong. Wait, let me take a look first. After saying that, a green light flew out. Buzz. Zhang Changkong's eyes narrowed. He actually didn't notice it before. Leave it to me. You guys continue looking at the murals. Lu Xuanfeng's hand shot out beams of immortal light, and the golden threads started to dissipate. Zhang Changkong didn't make a move, seeing that Lu Xianfeng could deal with it. He sensed danger from the threads. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't want to force his way in. He sensed danger from those threads. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to force his way through. Zhang Changkong looked at the other murals. They were even further away. He even saw a group of immortals at the Saturn Peach Banquet, including the Dragon King. He also saw a phoenix and a qilin. Those were really rare species. The moon god winked at me just now, Zhang Ziyu suddenly said. Zhang Zifan also said, I think she winked at me too. Zhang Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked at the moon god. It was still the same, just an ordinary mural. Are you two seeing things? Zhang Changkong frowned. He suspected that they were too engrossed in the murals. How could we be seeing things? We really blinked. The two of them said solemnly and circulated their immortal power. Do you know anything else about this place? Zhang Changkong asked. No, we only know that this is the Yazi Dojo. How did we get in? The two of them shook their heads. Zhang Changkong looked at the moon god's image again. This time he blinked again. Suddenly, a trace of cold and gloomy aura appeared behind him. What is it? Zhang Changkong's chaos divine power permeated the surroundings, but he did not discover anything. What's wrong? The two of them were shocked. Lu Xianfeng also turned to look at Zhang Changkong. When the moon god blinked just now, I felt a cold aura, but I didn't notice it. Zhang Changkong frowned and looked at the two of them. The two of them shook their heads. We didn't notice it just now. Buzz. Lu Xuanfeng's body glowed with a golden light, and he lost control of his body and flew toward the golden threads. Zhang Changkong's figure flickered, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Lu Xianfeng and dragged him back. Zhang Changkong frowned as he felt something pushing him from behind. Chaotic divine light filled the air as a blood-curdling scream resounded from the void. A beast claw fell to the ground. There's really something. Zhang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng came to his side and picked up the beast claw. It's so sturdy that we can't destroy it. The two of them unleashed their immortal power and the power of laws, but they could not move the beast claw. Immortal Lord, Lu Xianfeng said with a solemn expression, the thing in the dark should be an immortal lord. Hiding in the void? Is that the law of space? Zhang Changkong frowned slightly. His eyes emitted chaotic divine light, but he did not see the folded space. Let's go in first. I'll speed up. Lu Xianfeng hurriedly shot out an immortal light to remove the threads. With Zhang Changkong around, there was no need to be afraid of the thing in the dark. He could protect them. As the threads were removed, Zhang Changkong and the other three walked forward quickly. The cold aura did not appear again. The murals depicted the primordial era, the era of the demon court. At that time, the dragon race was only a large race, and they cultivated in seclusion. The phoenix and qilin were also cultivating in seclusion and did not participate in the war in the celestial world. As they went deeper, there were many twists and turns. Some walls did not have murals on them. The murals here should have been erased. Lu Xianfeng glanced at them and said, the wall here is like a shallow pit. Zhang Changkong and the other two nodded and continued forward. The murals were here again. The dragon race, phoenix, and qilin were everywhere. They dominated the celestial world, and the ancestral dragon still existed. This was the peak of the dragon race. The demon court had yet to appear. The ancestral dragon was blurry, and they could not see his exact appearance. Jiang Changkong explained to them as they walked. During this era, the dragon race had 5 immortal emperors. At their peak, the dragon race didn't seem strong either. They only had 5 immortal emperors, Jiang Ziyu said. At that time, the celestial Tao had just sprouted. Not to mention immortal emperors. Even immortal kings were rare. Lu Xianfeng explained, however, the ancestral dragon was still terrifying because he had proven his Tao. The two of them fell silent. At that time, the celestial Tao had just sprouted. The ancestral dragon had actually proven his Tao. The 4 of them continued forward. The murals were gone. This place had also been erased. For a long time, the murals were not erased. Jiang Changkong felt a cold aura again. That thing was still following them. Chaos divine power spread out and surged out. The cold aura dissipated, but it did not harm that thing. All of them are primordial chaos saints. Jiang Changkong suddenly stopped and looked at the murals. The murals here were all blurry figures. There was no information on these figures. Some were humanoid, some were plants, stones, and insects. There were also huge beasts. It was unknown how many there were. The dragon race's words indicated that all of them were primordial chaos saints. It was just one sentence, but it was enough to shock everyone. All primordial chaos saints. Lu Xianfeng was stunned. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng were stunned. Wasn't it said that it was extremely difficult to become a saint? In the past, those that appeared in the celestial world were all heavenly Tao saints. They had never heard of any primordial chaos saints. This should be a fiend celestial born from chaos, just like Pangu, Lu Xianfeng said. Jiang Changkong nodded. That should be the case. The 4 of them continued forward and saw some empty areas. In the next passage, Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. 3 palaces, Sun, Moon, and Battle Palace. The pictures of the 3 palaces were no longer of the celestial world or the dragon race. There were only 3 palaces. Is this also the ancient immortal god experiment ground? Lu Xuanfeng's expression turned serious. How much do you know about the ancient immortal god experiment ground? Jiang Changkong asked. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. Not much. I only know that the ancient immortal god experiment ground was creating species. I don't know what exactly they were creating. Jiang Ziyu said, creating species should be related to the legendary law of creation. I've read in an ancient book that humans were created by a great existence. I don't know. The Zhenyuan celestial sect has found many experiment grounds, but there's no information about that existence. Maybe he didn't participate in it. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. Didn't participate in it? Was that possible? Jiang Changkong didn't believe it. The ancient immortal god experiment ground should have participated in it. Otherwise, the ancient immortal god experiment ground wouldn't have left so cleanly. The 2 of them continued forward and finally came to a wide space at the end of the passage. There was a container filled with golden liquid, and a true dragon was soaking in it. Was this the city left behind by a true dragon in the East Sea? Chapter 572. Looks like we won't get anything this time. Lu Xianfeng was a little disappointed. He felt like he had made a wasted trip. It was a waste of energy to clean up the threads. Why? Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng were puzzled. Because there are only these species created by the dragon race in the laboratory, Jiang Changkong said. That's right. Lu Xianfeng sighed. You can't take these species away. They can only exist here. Once they leave this place, they will mysteriously disappear. Jiang Changkong didn't know about this. He only wanted to help the celestial, the arch, retrieve something. The container there seemed to have exploded because of the ancestral dragon's power. The situation was critical at that time. Those species that were created also contributed everything to the ancestral dragon's power. There's nothing else apart from these? The two of them said in disappointment. At least you got an immortal artifact, Lu Xianfeng said. Let's take a look around. Jiang Changkong led them to other places. There were still containers in the distance, lined up. Jiang Changkong soared into the sky, bringing them along as he looked down. As expected, the containers here were also lined up in the shape of a true dragon. Heavenly God, look over there, those 3 containers. Lu Xianfeng pointed to the left. There were 3 huge containers. They were empty, and their lids had been opened. The 3 containers were next to each other. Jiang Changkong flew down and sized up the 3 containers. It would appear that someone has arrived here before us, Jiang Ziyu said. Jiang Zifen's expression was ugly. Not only did they not get anything, but this place had already been visited. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He stood in front of a container and took out the beast claw from before. Sigh. Bad luck this time, Lu Xianfeng said. Yes, we might have been surrounded by 3 immortal lords, Jiang Changkong said solemnly. What, 3? The 3's expressions changed. Lu Xianfeng said coldly, immortal lords of the Tianhe celestial kingdom are really fast. Buzz. Golden light bloomed in the air, and a cold voice sounded. As expected of the heavenly God of justice, you are indeed sharp. Even an immortal king's method can't hide from you. However, you are mistaken about one thing. We are not 3, but 4. 4 figures appeared and surrounded them. The aura of the immortal Tao laws was astonishing, like a high and mighty monarch. The pressure of an immortal lord caused the surrounding immortal power to surge, and the surroundings were filled with the laws of the 4 of them. Jiang Changkong looked at them in astonishment. Can I tell you that I didn't notice you? He looked at the claw, and then at the dragon words on it. Dimensional creatures. It was a species created from the laws of space. There was also a tiny pattern on it. When he zoomed in, the claw was the same as the one in his hand. Actually, kill. Jiang Changkong had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted. The 4 immortal lords struck at the same time. How dare you! Behind the heavenly God of justice is the heavenly court. Jiang Ziyu and the other man shouted coldly. Jiang Changkong and Lu Xianfeng. Heavenly court? Will the heavenly court care about the life and death of the abandoned heavenly God of justice? The 4 immortal lords sneered, and the immortal lord in the lead slashed at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's face turned cold. He protected them with his chaotic divine power and faced the 4 immortal lords with his palm. The heavenly river celestial kingdom is really generous. 3 late-stage immortal lords and 1 peak immortal lord. Boom! Powerful immortal powers clashed, and the immortal lord's mighty power spread across the entire space. Rumble. Wherever the divine power passed, the indestructible vessels in the past had collapsed. Golden liquid spilled out, and the creatures that were created rolled out. Some of the creatures were directly turned into ashes, and some had strong defenses. Even the shock waves of the immortal lord's battle could not destroy them. Jiang Changkong's figure was pushed back, and he frowned. There was at least 1 dimensional creature hidden in the dark, and it was very likely that the creatures in the other 2 vessels had also escaped. During the battle just now, only the peak immortal lord could give him great pressure. The other 3 late-stage immortal lords did not feel any pressure at all. If they fought, he might win, but the 3 people behind him might not be able to protect him. The 4 immortal lords descended with cold expressions. We 4 immortal lords are here to send you off. You should feel honored even if you die. Heavenly Water Immortal Lord, for the sake of the Zhanyuan celestial sect, why don't you stop for now? Lu Xianfeng looked at the peak immortal lord and said, this was one of the 4 marshals of the Sky River celestial kingdom. The peak immortal lord, Heavenly Water Immortal Lord. Heavenly Water Immortal Lord looked at him coldly. The Golden Water Town has already given the Zhanyuan celestial sect face. You can leave, but the heavenly God of justice must die. All right, I'll leave with my 2 friends. I don't care about the heavenly god of justice anymore. Lu Xianfeng stood behind Jiang Changkong and stuck a piece of yellow cloth on his back. An incomplete immortal emperor treasure. Jiang Changkong sent a voice transmission. The disc has been activated, and there are 3 more immortal lords in the dark. Are you confident that you can hold them off? 3 more? Not them. Lu Xianfeng was dumbfounded. If I say that the creatures created by the dragon race have come back to life, would you believe me? The beast claw from before. I don't care about these 4, but I'm worried that I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Changkong said. Then I'll keep this cloth. Goodbye. Lu Xianfeng put away the yellow cloth and dragged the 2 away. The incomplete immortal emperor treasure and the disc should be able to hold off the attacks of 3 immortal lords, right? Maybe there was only 1. It all depended on luck. What's going on? Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng were confused. The Sky River Celestial Kingdom was so arrogant that they didn't even give face to the heavenly court? Lu Xianfeng brought them to the passage, opened the disc, and covered it with the yellow cloth. Don't you know? The heavenly court has given up on the heavenly court. There will be a reward for killing the heavenly court. The 2! Holy shit, we thought we found a backer, but it turned out to be a huge problem. All right, irrelevant people can leave. The sword in heavenly water immortal Lord's hand shone with a dazzling golden light. Heavenly God of justice, remember to be obedient in your next life. Kill. Do you think you 4 dogs can do anything to me? Jiang Changkong snorted and activated his chaotic golden body. His aura surged. The laws of chaos manifested and endless chaos spread. You're indeed powerful, but you still can't change the outcome of your death. Heavenly water immortal Lord's sword was extremely fast. The sword light, combined with the power of laws, tore through the chaos. The 3 late-stage chaotic immortals were not slow and followed closely. Jiang Changkong's expression did not change. The laws of chaos and chaotic divine power surged and turned into a chaotic blade aura that met heavenly water immortal lord. With a boom, the chaotic blade aura tore through the robe and skin. Gray blood splattered on the ground. Clang! The other 3 immortal lords could not break through the defense. Rumble! The vast divine power surged, and the other containers exploded. The ground collapsed. Accept your fate, his cold words resounded. Heavenly water immortal Lord's body was so fast that the sword light could not catch him. Jiang Changkong moved his feet and used the martial arts of the mortal world. He had not used them since he merged them. Now that he used them with chaotic divine power, they were very effective. The sun and moon appeared under his feet. He moved his palms, and endless chaos formed a palm. The 3 late-stage immortal lords were sent flying. Jiang Changkong's palm met heavenly water immortal lords. Uft! The sword tore his skin, leaving a bone-deep wound. Heavenly water immortal lord retreated with ease. Chapter 573. Heavenly God of Justice, accept your fate. A cold voice rang out. The sword light tore through the void like a golden river falling from the sky. The immortal Tao, laws of the peak, immortal lords, filled the entire space. Jiang Changkong felt his divine power being compressed again and unable to escape. The 3 late-stage immortal lords also used their laws. Their palms were filled with chaotic divine power and shot toward the heavenly river sword aura. Rumble! The battle between the 5 immortal lords created a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions like a great river. It was vast and mighty, engulfing and destroying everything. The ground was scraped 100 meters deep and 100 miles wide. Jiang Changkong's figure rapidly descended, and the heavenly eye between his brows opened. The 4 immortal lords dodged at the same time. They didn't want to be targeted by the chaotic heavenly eye. Boom! Jiang Changkong landed on the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Your strength is indeed surprising. You can actually last until now with 4 immortal lords working together. The 4 immortal lords slowly descended. Their divine light was dazzling, and the aura of the immortal Tao laws was dense. The 4 of them looked down at Jiang Changkong like lofty monarchs. In the deep pit, Jiang Changkong stood up. A bone-chilling cold air came from under his feet. Wisps of silver-white aura rose from the ground. Jiang Changkong lowered his eyes. There was silver-white ice in the cracks in the ground. Moon Qi. Looks like I don't need the sky-splitting art anymore. A smile appeared on Jiang Changkong's face. Originally, he had a chance with the sky-splitting art. However, he had been holding back because he was afraid of the things in the dark. Now, there was still Moon Qi hidden in the ground. The chaotic divine power detected that it was a huge moon immortal array. Moreover, this immortal array contained a terrifying power. He could use the power of this immortal array to deal with the 4 immortal lords. Kill! With a cold shout, the Milky Way sword descended from the sky. The 3 immortal lords also used their laws to strengthen the heavenly river sword. The wind and clouds changed. The entire space was filled with terrifying sword qi. The boundless water of the heavenly river, the Golden River, converged to form the sword of the immortal Tao. In the distance, the 3 people hiding in the damaged immortal emperor treasures also felt great terror and danger. Is there any way to save the heavenly god of justice? Jiang Ziyu asked anxiously. The Milky Way sword was beyond their imagination. The irresistible divine might, the irresistible danger, made them feel despair. Lu Xianfeng shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Let's pray for the unexpected. He hoped that Jiang Changkong was right, that the dimensional creature that had escaped would come and save him. Buzz. Rumble. The entire space shook, including the tunnel Lu Xianfeng and the others were in. A silver-white glow was emitted, covering the entire Yazi dojo. Endless cold air froze the entire space. Even the passageway was covered in a layer of ice. Torrential cold qi froze everything. Profound runes circulated in the silvery white ice. The unblockable sword suddenly stopped, and the moon qi froze the Milky Way sword qi. What happened? The 4 immortal lords' expressions changed drastically. Layers of silvery white ice also appeared on their bodies. Moon, moon, moon. A bright moon slowly rose into the sky. Jiang Changkong stood under the bright moon as the moon rose above his head. Boom! The Milky Way sword qi shattered and dissipated into cold air. The ice on the 4 immortal lords' bodies also cracked. Jiang Changkong moved his body and appeared in front of Heavenly Water Deity Lord. The huge moon celestial formation released waves of moon energy into Jiang Changkong's body. With the help of the moon celestial formation, Jiang Changkong's divine power surged. He slammed his palm toward Heavenly Water Deity Lord's chest. Crack! At the critical moment, Heavenly Water Deity Lord's body emitted a golden light and shattered the ice. Boom! Heavenly Water Deity Lord was sent flying. Crack! The cracking sound was heard again. The other 3 immortal lords also emitted golden light and shattered the ice. Jiang Changkong frowned. Looks like you have many life-saving trump cards. I've underestimated you. I thought I could save the immortal king's move, but I still had to use it. Heavenly Water Deity Lord's expression was gloomy. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword emitted immortal light. The 3 immortal lords came to his side with cold expressions. You've really put in a lot of effort to kill me. Jiang Changkong sneered. The bright moon above his head shone with endless moon and poured into his body. Boom! With the help of the moon energy, Jiang Changkong's aura surged again. However, this was as far as he could go. Any more, and his body would not be able to withstand it. But this was enough. Jiang Changkong extended his right hand. The moon energy gathered and turned into a silvery white sword. He opened his left hand, and a moon saber appeared. The saber and sword merged, and the moon aura was released. Kill! The saber and sword intertwined and collided. Although the immortal artifact was condensed from power, its toughness was not inferior to their weapons. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The laws of the immortal Tao dissipated, and the shock waves surged. However, the moon's celestial formation was powerful and of high quality. Even if they fought with all their strength, they could not damage it. I didn't expect you to be able to borrow the moon aura. The Milky Way sword chi shot out. Tianshui, immortal lord, shifted his body and dodged the moon saber and sword chi. What I know, how much can you pry into? Jiang Changkong's saber fell, and a late-stage immortal lord was sent flying. The saber was fierce, and the sword was ruthless. Both sides fought with all their strength, not holding back at all. With the help of the moon aura, Jiang Changkong's strength was no weaker than Tianshui immortal lords. The 3 late-stage immortal lords were much weaker than him. In just a few moves, they were all sent flying, vomiting blood. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Jiang Changkong and Tianshui immortal lord slid back at the same time. Jiang Changkong's sword slashed out a beam of sword chi, and the late-stage immortal lord was sent flying again. Looks like the heavenly god of justice. What's that? Jiang Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief behind the immortal lord. Watch out! Tianshui immortal lord shouted. The other 2 immortal lords' expressions changed drastically. They slashed their immortal light behind them. Boom! A huge creature appeared in the void and swallowed the immortal lord. Under the threat of death, the immortal lord's body shone with golden light again, and he was sent flying by a huge force. The other 2 immortal lords sensed something. Their immortal light swept out and collided with one of the ferocious creatures. Both sides were sent flying. 2 behemoths, one a green python, shuttled out of the void, its head as large as a mountain. Its body was endless, and there was no end to it. Although it was powerful and exuded the aura of the laws, it did not have a unique aura. The other was a divine ape. Its muscles were like mountains, and its body was 10,000 feet long. Ancient divine ape, ancient green, created by the dragon race, has come to life. Lu Xianfeng was shocked. The species created by the dragon race had really come to life. There was still a dimensional beast that had not come out. What the hell is that? Tianshui immortal lord's expression changed drastically. The 3 immortal lords were blocked by 2 creatures created by the ancient times. You'll know when you're dead. Jiang Changkong shouted coldly. He dragged his saber and sword and charged at Tianshui immortal lord. He did not expect the 2 ferocious beasts to come out just like that, and even help him block the 3 immortal lords. In that case, all he had to do was to kill Tianshui immortal lord and guard against the dimensional beasts. Chapter 574. Boom! As the sword and saber fell, the 2 figures fought again. Jiang Changkong noticed the 2 beasts from the corner of his eye. They were powerful, but they couldn't hold out for long. They were just creations, not real ancient species. Compared to the real ferocious beasts, they were a level lower. The dimensional beasts are no match for me. I don't have to hide anymore. After Jiang Changkong saw the strength of the 2 beasts, he felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about being taken advantage of. He had the Tying celestial formation, which provided him with an unlimited supply of divine power and the old lord's elixirs. The azure light in his body merged with the law of chaos. Jiang Changkong's sword and saber turned into the chaos sword and saber. The chaos was torn apart, and the mysterious light of sky opening appeared again. Sky opening! Tian Shui deity's expression changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. The person in front of him turned into a giant with an unshakable divine power and an incomprehensible light of sky opening. An ancient aura was released, and the ancient aura was recovering. Behind Jiang Changkong, endless chaos rose, and a mysterious shadow slowly formed. It had a human body and a snake tail, with 7 hands on its back and 2 in front, holding 2 flying snakes. The mysterious shadow shot out divine light following Jiang Changkong's movements, tearing the chaos apart. Sky opening. The move of opening the sky. Tianshui deity, Lord, felt like an ant. His strange emotions made him lower his head, not daring to look up at it. However, in the face of danger, he could only use the immortal power in his body. Boom! The chaos sword and saber slashed down, and cracks appeared on the immortal longsword. Blood splattered and flew out. The golden light left by the immortal king shone again. But after blocking the attack, the immortal light dimmed. Golden blood flowed on the hilt of the sword. Tian Shui deity stood up with a frightened expression. He didn't know what secret art Jiang Changkong had used, but he felt that he had seen great terror, an existence that could not be looked up to, an existence that surpassed all living beings. The sword and saber rose again. Jiang Changkong's energy recovered quickly, but it wasn't enough, so he took another recovery elixir. After he had advanced, the power of the split the heavens technique had also increased, but at the same time its consumption had also become more terrifying. The move just now could have killed Tianshui deity lord, but he had a life-saving measure left behind by an immortal king. Splitting the heavens had used up almost all of his energy. Even the immortal array couldn't instantly recover. Fortunately, the Grand Supreme Elder's medicinal pills were strong enough, and the two worked together to recover quickly. The move of Sky Splitter appeared again, and the phantom image behind him appeared once more. Get lost! Tianshui Immortal Lord roared. This time he used all his strength before the first move of sky splitting was completed. He was worried that it would be like before, where he could only passively defend. Boom! Crack! The move that split open the heavens descended again. A clear and melodious noise sounded. Immortal light erupted, but it collapsed. The Celestial King's technique was gone. No! Horrified screams could be heard. The sword and saber slashed at Tianshui deity lord, and his vitality quickly dissipated. Even if he used his full strength in advance, he still wouldn't be able to block it. Power of heaven released, 50,000. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. With the power of heaven in his account, this heavenly water deity was really dead. He looked at the other 3 immortal lords, who were suppressing the 2 ferocious beasts. The 2 ferocious beasts were covered with injuries, and their auras were weak. They roared repeatedly, but they were still holding on to them. Jiang Changkong's energy recovered. The sword and saber slashed down, enveloping the 3 late-stage immortal lords at the same time. It was still the Sky Splitter. Boom! The move of Sky Splitter landed, and the 3 immortal lords were sent flying. The immortal light on their bodies shattered. Marshal! At this moment, the 3 late-stage immortal lords realized that Tianshui Immortal Lord was already dead. Roar! The 2 ferocious beasts roared and retreated to the side. Suddenly, a strange language came out of their mouths. A chilling aura swept across the area. Thump, thump, a dull sound was heard in the void. It sounded like a drum, but also like the beating of a heart. A faint murmur sounded beside their ears. The expressions of everyone present changed at the same time. Even the 3 immortal lords protected by the incomplete immortal emperor treasures heard this sound. It sounded like a woman was whispering beside their ears. Jiang Changkong's body shook, and he looked down at his feet in disbelief. Apart from the Taiyin celestial array, there was also a vast power. As the murmur sounded, the vast power began to recover. The murmur continued. Jiang Changkong heard intermittent cold words beside his ears. Bright moon leads. The path of return is cold. Our souls are intertwined. Who understands the vast cold? As the words were spoken, the cold aura became stronger, and the vast power underneath became more and more obvious. Boom! A superior aura rose like that of a king. A giant shadow rose from the bodies of the three immortal lords. The dead Tinshui immortal lord also emitted wisps of power and gathered in the shadow. The shadow released 1,000,000 rays of immortal light, and many laws and profundities appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! The golden immortal light turned into rivers that carried the shadow of a king. Sky River immortal lord. Jiang Changkong suddenly raised his head and looked at the shadow of a king in shock. The noble aura of a king made the chaos space wail. The heavy pressure made everyone's heart skip a beat. The shadow's face was blurry, and its true appearance could not be seen. The immortal light scattered, and the profundities of the heavenly river filled the void. The Sky River immortal lord had arrived. Although it was only a shadow, it was not something that an immortal lord could resist. "It's my honor that the Sky River immortal lord has come personally," Jiang Changkong said coldly. The heavenly court was really ruthless. They really sent an immortal lord to kill him. The Sky River immortal lord most likely wanted his immortal lords to kill him so that the heavens could not blame him. However, he had lost many immortal lords. Even a peak immortal lord marshal had died in his hands. The Sky River immortal lord had no choice but to kill him personally. The power of the king's shadow was still increasing. The three immortal lords continued to pour their immortal power into the shadow to strengthen it. Meanwhile, the mysterious and vast power underground had completely recovered. The cold aura was getting stronger and stronger. "Heavenly God of Justice, watch out!" Lu Xianfeng suddenly yelled. Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. The power underground had disappeared. Unknowingly, a cold aura had appeared behind him. The king's shadow in the sky started to tremble violently. The heavenly river surged, and the laws and profundities were unleashed. The king image, which had yet to take form, quickly retreated as if it had encountered a great terror. Jiang Changkong's body stiffened, not daring to move. The Sky River Deity King's projection was so scared that it peed itself. He felt a chill on his shoulder. A jade-like hand was placed on his right shoulder. Jiang Changkong sensed that his chaos stars were trembling and releasing a strand of chaos divine power. The chaotic divine power flew out of his body and changed again, turning into the lunar divine power. A lady in a white dress appeared. Her face was covered by a veil, and her face could not be seen. Jiang Changkong's pupils constricted. This was something he had cultivated himself. After fusing with it, it disappeared. But now it had been forcefully split apart by someone using a great divine ability. Whose hand was it on his shoulder? Boom! The heavenly river celestial monarch's illusory figure trembled violently with a trace of fear. Moon god, moon god? The ancient moon god, the one from the moon palace. It was no wonder that the heavenly river immortal monarch was so scared that he pissed his pants. But she was definitely a mighty figure. Chapter 575. She wore a white dress, and the moonlight shone down on her. The god of the moon had stepped into the mortal world. She retracted her hand from Jiang Changkong's shoulder, and a cold aura started to move. Jiang Changkong didn't move. He looked at the Sky River Immortal King's projection. That projection was gradually dissipating. A shrill scream rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was obvious that the Sky River Immortal King didn't purposely dissipate, but was forcibly dissipated by the moon goddess. Although Jiang Changkong couldn't see how the moon goddess did it, the three immortal lords also fainted. Her jade-like fingers rested on his shoulder again, and a huge, ferocious beast appeared beneath her feet. Jiang Changkong felt his vision blur, and he was already in another space. There was only one throne in the majestic hall, Ocean Race Palace. The ferocious beast disappeared, and the white-dressed figure appeared in front of Jiang Changkong. It was hazy, and he couldn't see clearly. He only knew that it was a white-dressed woman. "Greetings, moon goddess." Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and bowed. However, he was puzzled. There was nothing here. Why did she bring him here? What are you puzzled about? A cold voice sounded. The moon goddess waved her hand, and a silver-white table and chair appeared. Jiang Changkong sat down and frowned. I have many questions. For example, where did the ancient immortals go, and what are they researching? I'm not sure, the moon goddess said coldly. Although I was a participant back then, I don't know the course secrets. Then, did they arrange for you to stay here? Jiang Changkong asked. I worked with the dragon race and stayed here in secret to wait for the moon god lineage to return. The moon goddess didn't hide anything and said directly, I wanted to leave a method to send news to my main body. Can you contact your main body? Jiang Changkong hurriedly asked. No, after my main body left, I lost contact. I only know that I'm still alive, the moon goddess said. Still alive? Why didn't you come back after so many years? Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly, but he was extremely shocked. The ancient immortals were still alive. The moon deity said coldly, It is my main body that is still alive. The other immortals and gods don't know. If my main body dies, my remnant soul will also dissipate. Jiang Changkong understood. The moon goddess could only confirm that his main body still existed. As for what kind of state it was, he didn't know. He did not know if the rest of the immortals were dead or alive. Then, could you please tell me what you know? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. He actually wanted to directly ask if there was any more celestial stone powder. It was just that this question was a little too direct. He was worried that the moon goddess would slap him to death. After all, he had cultivated the cold moon art before, so he could be considered half an inheritor, right? Back then, the immortal world was unified and peaceful. The immortal gods governed the immortal world and the mortal world. Hundreds of millions of years later, the heavenly god invited the dragon tribe and many ancient powers to the heavenly peach banquet to propose a study. At the beginning, the moon goddess did not participate because at the beginning, the heavenly emperor had invited the ancient powerful figures, the various major powers, and a few heavenly path sages. The moon goddess did not know what was discussed, but she knew that everyone had agreed. From then on, the research began and the experimental grounds appeared. Countless years passed, and they created countless ancient species, but they did not create what they wanted. The various major powers wanted to give up because their research had almost exhausted their resources. After countless years of accumulation, some connate materials that were no longer growing were almost all used up. They started to suspect that the research was a mistake. If they continued, they would only fill up the immortal world. However, the heavenly emperor was unwilling, and so were the heavenly path sages. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. Until one day, the heavenly emperor found the remains of the monster emperor Dijun. From then on, the immortal world changed. The heavenly Tao began to collapse, and many immortals and gods died. The heavenly court was almost destroyed. Billions of stars were destroyed, and even the lunar star was affected. The moon goddess spoke coldly, as if these things could not affect her. The heavenly Tao was split into countless parts, scattered all over the immortal world. Only a small piece of the heavenly court was left, and it was preserved. And the research continued. At this time, the moon goddess was invited by the dragon race to participate in the research. However, the dragon race did not tell her what they were researching. They only asked her to contribute resources and effort. Moon goddess doesn't know anything. Jiang Changkong frowned. She agreed just like that. Perhaps my main body knows. The moon goddess shook her head. Jiang Changkong did not ask further and continued listening. The research continued. They used all kinds of methods to find the ancient sages scattered in the world. For example, the ancestral dragon, the monster emperor, the phoenix ancestor, the first Qilin. After finding them, the heavenly emperor and the heavenly path sages all came to talk to them. The moon goddess did not know what exactly they talked about, until one day the heavenly emperor and the heavenly path sages suggested leaving the immortal world. Before leaving, they erased some of the murals in the passage, murals related to research. The moon goddess left a divine soul here, hoping that her main body could contact the immortal world. However, her main body left with the ancient immortals and gods, and the connection was cut off. The fact that her divine soul was still here meant that her main body was not dead. After the ancient immortals and gods left for a period of time, 3 of the creatures here developed intelligence and became new lives. Of course, the reason why they developed intelligence was mainly because the dragon race purposely dispersed the ancestral dragon's power. If the ancestral dragon's power still remained, none of the beasts would be able to come back to life. The moon goddess was also one of the researchers here. She was very powerful, so the 3 beasts chose to protect her divine soul. When they were staring at the murals in the passage, the dimensional beasts were worshipping the moon goddess. He only attacked when he sensed a cold aura that alerted the dimensional beasts. However, he was too powerful, so the dimensional beasts could only find an opportunity to attack him. When he activated the Supreme Een Celestial Formation and exposed the Supreme Een Divine Power, the 3 beasts stopped being hostile and chose to help him. When they sensed the energy of the Sky River Deity Emperor, they chose to awaken the divine soul of the moon goddess. Then I really have to thank them. They didn't care about their previous offense and repaid evil with good, Jiang Changkong said. It's all right. I've seen your memories in the mortal world. You might be the product of their research, the moon goddess said. Jiang Changkong twitched his lips. Then I can only say that the ancient immortals and gods are really powerful. Did the ancient immortals and gods really want to create Pengu? They couldn't do it. I can't fuse with them without the ability to level up. Since you like the celestial stones, here are some research materials. Take them. The moon goddess waved her hand, and the space around them changed. When they reappeared, they were already inside a treasure vault. Essence, energy, and spirit, 350,000. Withdraw. There was nothing else except for the processed celestial stone powder. The rest of the materials have been taken away. This is the only thing left, the moon goddess said coldly. Thank you, moon goddess. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists. This was already a lot. It was equivalent to dealing with 7 guilty immortal dukes. After the celestial stone powder was taken away, the moon goddess said calmly, Don't come back after you leave. Why? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. I can't hide my divine soul anymore. Chapter 576. Inside a dense forest. Jiang Changkong's group of 4 was discussing this matter under the tree. After talking to the moon goddess, they were thrown out of the dojo by the moon goddess. Moon goddess, I didn't expect the heavenly god of justice to be related to the moon goddess, Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng said enviously. Lu Xianfeng also sighed. It's a pity that it's just a soul. Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes. Can you guys be more normal? The moon goddess is just a slightly stronger immortal. Slightly stronger? Heavenly god, can you tell us the truth? That's slightly stronger? The 3's eyes twitched. The moon god was an ancient, immortal god. They didn't know exactly how strong she was, but they could guess a thing or two just by looking at the Sky River Immortal King's soul. Even the Sky River Immortal King's main body would be smashed to pieces. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He was counting his gains. After knowing that he was the heavenly god of justice, the moon goddess handed the other 3 immortal lords to him. Just the 4 immortal dukes alone had already obtained 200,000 heavenly powers. Coupled with the 350,000 immortal stone powder, he could improve a lot this time. Peak immortal lords wouldn't be a match for him in the future. He could kill them without using the sky-splitting art. Heavenly God, why did the moon goddess invite you? Did she tell you any big secrets, such as the moon palace's treasures? Lu Xianfeng asked. Jiang Ziyu and Lu Xianfeng also pricked up their ears and waited for Jiang Changkong to tell them about the treasures. If there was a big secret, do you think I would still be here chatting with you? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Okay, I'll cultivate first. You guys can continue. The 3 were a bit disappointed. They could only sit on the side and didn't dare to disturb him. essence, energy, and spirit, 579,000. Jiang Changkong thought about how to improve his essence, energy, and spirit. He didn't know if he could improve the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to the peak. However, even if the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra reached the peak, it wouldn't be able to fight an immortal king. He could only choose between the Fifth Revolution mystic art and the chaotic Tao body for now, or wait a few more days. Then he would first improve the Four Revolutions mysterious art and the Golden Crow immortal scripture. Once his mysterious art reached the initial success stage, the rest would be as far as he could go. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Changkong set up his chaotic energy to prevent them from noticing anything. An immeasurable amount of primal chaos power dissipated as the Five Revolutions mystic art circulated rapidly within his body. The law of primal chaos, the green light, and the primal chaos divine power all improved. The Golden Crow immortal scripture was also improving. The laws of the sun surged, and countless profundities manifested. Boundless primal chaos manifested around him. Golden crows shuttled through the primal chaos. All kinds of primal chaos profundities formed mysterious runes that illuminated the void. Under the suppression of the law of primal chaos, the Golden Crow's aura did not leak out. The three of them moved away from him, talking in low voices. Half a day later, the primal chaos and the Golden Crow dissipated, and Jiang Changkong's transformation stopped. Jiang Changkong, Mid-Stage Immortal Lord, Divine Lord, Fifth Revolution Mysterious Art. Initial Success, 1/900,000 Acquired Chaotic Taoist Body. Basic, 1/300,000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra. Initial Success, 1/112500 Essence Energy Spirit. 242242 after looking at the data. Jiang Changkong continued to upgrade the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra. The law of the sun changed again, and the Golden Crow appeared again to make up for the deficiency. Although the Golden Crow Immortal Scripture was far inferior to the acquired chaotic Taoist body, it had to be upgraded sooner or later. It was better to upgrade it now. This way, his realm would also be higher. After another half a day, the sun principle calmed down, and all the energy was absorbed back into his body. Jiang Changkong, Late Stage Divine Lord, Fifth Revolution Mysterious Art. Initial Success, 1/900,000 Acquired Chaotic Taoist Body. Basic, 1/300,000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra. Desheng, 1/337500 Essence, Energy, and Spirit. 130,442 feeling the majestic power in his body. Jiang Changkong sighed again. Top-grade immortal scriptures were really King cheap. It was only natural that Pangu could crush everything. They were not on the same level at all. Standing up, Jiang Changkong pondered. Right now, 100 points of essence, energy, and spirit felt like it was too little. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tao was unwilling to pay more. Congratulations, Heavenly God. Your cultivation has improved. The three of them cupped their fists. The Heavenly God of Justice is so good. You can enforce the law so quickly, Jiang Ziyu and the other two said enviously. Jiang Changkong had a smile on his face and did not explain further. From their point of view, as long as he enforced the law, the Heavenly Tao would reward him and increase his strength. Not to mention that he improved quickly. They could accept it even if he became an immortal king in one step. The Heavenly Tao was the biggest cheat. It was unreasonable. Heavenly God, we've done some research. This place is not far from the great wilderness. Heavenly God, please stay for a few more days. Let us be the host, the two said. Jiang Changkong said strangely, aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Court will put you on the wanted list? What's there to be afraid of? We still have Lu Xianfeng. The two smiled. They were already familiar with Lu Xianfeng, so the Heavenly Court probably wouldn't offend the Zhenyuan celestial sect. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Do you think the heavenly court knows that you're with me? The two were startled. Of course they knew. Although the Sky River Immortal Monarch's projection was destroyed, his main body was still there. He would definitely tell the heavenly court about the Yazi Dao ground. The heavenly court could deduce that they would go to the great wilderness celestial kingdom based on their route. They could set up a trap in the great wilderness celestial kingdom and wait for them to jump in. Why don't we go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect? Lu Xianfeng suggested. If you don't have anything to worry about, don't go back. The two looked at each other and fell silent. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. Lu Xianfeng didn't say anything else either. After a long while, the two said, In that case, let's not go back. We'll go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. I don't think I need to go with you to the Zhanyuan celestial sect, Jiang Changkong said. The Sky River Immortal Monarch knows you. I will only implicate you. Take this. As long as you don't enter the ancient Dao ground, you can contact me in the celestial world. Lu Xianfeng took out an emerald jade token and handed it to Jiang Changkong. Then we'll part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists. Heavenly God, we'll wait for you at the Zhanyuan celestial sect. The heavenly court won't be able to reach there, Lu Xianfeng said confidently. The Zhanyuan celestial sect's patriarch was unfathomable. Before the celestial Darch became a sage, he probably wouldn't attack the Zhanyuan celestial sect. I'll go to the Zhanyuan celestial sect if there's a chance, Jiang Changkong smiled. By the way, are you going to sell your connate spirit stones? Lu Xianfeng hadn't forgotten about the connate spirit stones in his hands. You don't have them now, Jiang Changkong said. But I have news that the mine is at least grade 4, Lu Xianfeng said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. I'm already an immortal lord. Grade 4 is useless. Also, do you think I have time to mine? Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Xianfeng waved and walked to the side with him. Are you interested in the heavenly court's mine? Although I belong to the heavens, I can't rob others for no reason, let alone the heavenly courts, Jiang Changkong said seriously. In his heart, he added, if it's a 5th rank, I'll be very interested. Lu Xianfeng said, the heavenly court depends on the person. It's in the great wilderness. As far as I know, the immortals there have bullied the people of the great wilderness and committed countless crimes. If not for the heavenly court, they would have been killed by the immortal lord of the Zhanyuan celestial sect. I'm impartial, but you must guarantee that this information is true, Jiang Changkong said. If it's false, I won't complain if you want to kill me in the future. Chapter 577. After parting with the three, a map appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Lu Xianfeng was indeed a disciple of the Zhanyuan celestial sect. He knew a lot about the heavenly court. Apart from the mine, there were also the various strongholds of the heavenly court on the way to the Zhanyuan celestial sect. The heavenly court didn't seem like a heavenly court at all. They occupied most of the resources. Apart from the 2 major sects, the 5th and 6th grade mines were almost all occupied by the heavenly court. The immortals of the heavenly court also abused their power in the strongholds. Bullying the living beings near the strongholds was a common thing. What really shocked Jiang Changkong was their cooperation with the evil spirits. Some powerful evil spirits, such as immortal lords, were mostly related to the heavenly court. The heavenly court allowed them to exist, and they could do whatever they wanted. They would even protect them. All the evil spirits had to do was hand over half of their harvest. Jiang Changkong didn't know if the situation had changed after the awakening of the heavenly law. Turning into a beam of light, Jiang Changkong headed for the Orvain, Aohai Nation, Fei Imperial Palace. A familiar guest from the heavenly court had arrived. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei, why are you here instead of enjoying your life in the heavenly court? The deputy looked at Heavenly Monarch Ziwei with a hint of confusion. He was surprised that Heavenly Monarch Ziwei had come of his own accord. I am here to discuss something with the Fey Imperial Palace. Heavenly Monarch Zue looked at old ape Sun Yuan. Something? Discuss? Jiang Chongkong sneered. The Heavenly River Celestial Kingdom used my name and committed a massacre. Don't think I don't know that it was your heavenly court that did it. I'm here to give a gift to the Fey Imperial Palace, Heavenly Monarch Zue said. Treat it as making up for the unhappiness from before. Oh, Jiang Chongkong raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. There's only one heavenly Dharch and the heavenly god of justice. Doesn't the Fey Imperial Palace want to be the only heavenly monster of justice? Heavenly Monarch, Zue said. There's no need for you to worry about something that can be easily done, Jiang Chongkong said. Sun Yuan also interjected. The heavenly court's heavenly god of justice has been crippled. Thank you. Crippled? Heavenly Monarch, Zue chuckled coldly. That heavenly god of justice has hidden his strength better than anyone. Not long ago, he slew a pinnacle immortal lord. What? Sun Yuan's expression changed drastically. He said in disbelief, Zue, are you talking nonsense? You demons are really outdated. You can ask around about Skyriver Immortal Kingdom's Skywater Immortal Lord. The demon sovereign has not gone out to enforce the law for the past few days. Have you already forgotten about the increase brought by the power of heaven? Heavenly King Zue said coldly. Jiang Chongkong remained silent. Sun Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. The heavenly god of justice's improvement was truly astonishing. It had only been a few days, and he was already able to kill a pinnacle high immortal? Their demonic sovereign was indeed powerful in the past, but he was only equivalent to an early stage high immortal. Previously, Zhang Xian had said that he had no need to fear intermediate heavenly high immortals. Compared to slaying a heavenly high immortal, this was a far cry from it. A faint smile appeared on Heavenly Monarch Zue's face. Demon Monarch, the heavenly court can choose not to interfere. Demon Sovereign, old ape thinks that this matter needs further investigation. Sun Yuan frowned. Jiang Chongkong raised his hand slightly. The monster race has turned over a new leaf. No matter how strong the heavenly god of justice is, what can he do? Sun Yuan was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, That's right, Heavenly King. You've got the wrong idea. My demon race has already forsaken evil and started doing good. What about the demon emperor himself? Give up your position as a heavenly demon immortal? Heavenly King Zue said coldly. He did not believe that the demon emperor would be willing to give up. The heavenly god of justice was a prime example of the increase brought by immortal positions. In just a few short days, he had already stepped into the heavenly high immortal realm, and coupled with the augmentation of the heavens, his fighting prowess was truly astounding. In the face of such power, who could endure it? If the heavenly god of justice really has the ability, then come and take it, Jiang Chongkong said lightly. Heavenly Monarch Zue sneered. Looks like I've overestimated the demonic emperor. So the demonic emperor is already scared out of his wits. Zue, you're courting death. Sun Yuan said angrily. Jiang Chongkong raised a hand to stop Sun Yuan. Heavenly Monarch Zue's strength was far superior to his. Looking at the silent Jiang Chongkong, Heavenly Monarch Zue said again, That's right. Rumor has it that the sun and moon are a heavenly marriage. Jiang Chongkong suddenly raised his head. What do you mean, Heavenly Monarch? The moon god's immortal position had already been obtained by Fairy Yushua. Could this old fart be trying to matchmake them? My heart is set on the great Tao. However, even if I don't have any thoughts, I still have to express my feelings. The demon Dharch and Shiha represented the sun and moon, and they were a heavenly marriage. As the demon emperor, he had to express his feelings after hearing about this. Sun Yuan's expression also changed. Zue, you found the moon god position? Isn't the demon emperor aware of it? Also, the celestial Dharch is willing to make it happen. Heavenly Monarch Zue said with a smile. Demon emperor. Sun Yuan looked at Jiang Changkong. He didn't care about the heavenly god of justice, but the moon god was related to the demon empress. Jiang Changkong stared at heavenly monarch Ziwei. I should have kidnapped her and brought her to the demon race. Demon emperor, you know her? Sun Yuan was shocked. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Heavenly Court's fairy Yushue. He didn't mention this matter after returning, so the demon race didn't know about it. Demon emperor, what do you think? Heavenly monarch Ziwei asked indifferently. He sneered in his heart. I don't believe this little bird won't be tempted. It's not enough, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Demon emperor, your appetite is a bit too big. Heavenly monarch Ziwei's expression darkened. The demon, the arch, has to consider the heavenly marriage. You can't move me even if you ask me. The sin of killing the heavenly god of justice is too great. No one can bear the consequences. Jiang Changkong said coldly. He was only a demon emperor, so he had no chance. He would be working for the demon arch, and the celestial arch would most likely not agree. If the heavenly god of justice was killed, only he, the heavenly monster of justice, could do it. If the others were killed, they would only offend the heavens. The heavenly god of justice was different. It was a competition between the heavenly courts, just like how the heavenly courts chose the celestial arch. What else does the demon emperor want? Heavenly monarch, Ziwei frowned. The demon race is lacking in resources. Don't you think it's laughable that you want the demon race to work for you with just a few words? Jiang Changkong sneered. Since you're here, you should contribute some resources to me. Heavenly monarch, Ziwei's expression darkened. 4th grade. Forget about the 4th grade. Without the 5th grade, you're not worthy of my attention, Jiang Changkong said disdainfully. 100 5th grade, mid-grade immortal stones, Heavenly monarch, Ziwei said. Killing a peak immortal lord is only worth this much? Heavenly monarch, are you playing with me? Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. Heavenly monarch, Ziwei said indifferently, someone will capture the heavenly god of justice and hand him over to the demon emperor. 10,000 peak 5th grade immortal stones and 1,000,000 peak 4th grade immortal stones. Otherwise, there's no way. Demon emperor, how dare you? Heavenly monarch, Ziwei laughed in anger. All you have to do is slit the heavenly god of justice's throat. You're asking for 10,000 peak 5th grade immortal stones, but you're asking for 1,000,000 peak 4th grade immortal stones? Do you think our heavenly court's resources are limitless? Even if we can't use them all, we won't throw them to the demon race for nothing. To put it bluntly, we're here to make use of the demon race.